Chapter 1457. When the Void Shadow Crocodile was about to bite the sixth Bane's shadow, the sixth Bane's body suddenly changed position. At the same time, the shadow also changed at the same time. Hee, I see. This time, Ling Xiao finally saw how the sixth Bane had dodged. It was not teleportation at all. There was something fishy about it. Although he already knew the sixth Bane's martial soul, Ling Xiao still pretended to run for his life and rushed forward. Understanding the opponent was only the first step. The next problem was how to solve the problem. After thinking about it, Ling Xiao still felt that with his current strength, unless he used the mountain and river martial soul, it would be really difficult to kill the sixth Bane. However, the mountain and river martial soul was too loud. He had to run further, hoping that the people from the other forces would not know. No matter if they were going to kill him or help him, once they knew that he had the mountain and river martial soul, they would be greedy. He did not have high expectations of human nature. After dodging Ling Xiao's attacks twice, the sixth Bane seemed to be calmer. Her martial soul was unique. When combined with her eye technique, it was even more unpredictable. If Ling Xiao wanted to fight with her, he really had no chance of winning. "I'd like to see how long you can run." The sixth Bane sneered. Her three-leaf demonic eyes could see that Ling Xiao's internal force had been exhausted. Although he could still fight, he could not last long. Coincidentally, she had heard from the queen that in the depths of the primitive forest of the sacred dynasty's fairy island, there was an overlord. Although it was a beast, its strength was so strong that even the Yin-Yang realm experts had to avoid it. With her three-leaf demonic eyes, she wanted to see if she could use her eye technique to take this powerful monster for herself. After all, although beasts were powerful, they were not very intelligent. In this case, her eye technique could restrain them. Thinking of this, the sixth Bane kept her eyes fixed on Ling Xiao, keeping a suitable distance. Although she believed that she would win, she also knew that Ling Xiao was extremely cunning. She had to be careful of his sneak attacks. Otherwise, he would still fail miserably. As long as she remained calm and careful, she would definitely be able to kill Ling Xiao and bring his corpse to her dead boyfriend. Ling Xiao didn't know what the sixth fiend was thinking, and he didn't need to know, because he was acting according to his plan, setting up a death trap for the pitiful sixth malefic. Unfortunately, the sixth malefic was still thinking of winning this battle. On the way, Ling Xiao secretly swallowed a pill. In terms of quantity and quality of spirit pills, it was not that Ling Xiao was arrogant, but at the very least within the divine Phoenix continent, there was no one who could compare to him. Even those aristocratic families and clans couldn't compare to him. After all, no matter how powerful they were, they still needed good alchemists. In the entire divine Phoenix continent, the current most outstanding pharmacist was Ling Xiao. In terms of refining medicinal pills, even the medicine king's son, Bu, could not surpass him. After all, Ling Xiao had the backing of an alchemy master who had once stood proudly in the immortal court, a Yuan Venerate. He had indeed consumed a lot of energy, but no matter how much he had consumed, it would only be a matter of 2 or 3 pills. How could a poor child like the sixth fiend understand the advantages of a nouveau riche like him? So what if he bullied him for not having any pills? Almost there. After releasing his spirit power and sensing the large factions in the distance, Ling Xiao discovered that they hadn't moved. At this distance, even if he used his mountain river martial soul, there shouldn't be any problems. As he thought about this, he suddenly came to a stop. His feet were in the air as he turned back to look at the sixth fiend. "You can't escape anymore, right?" The sixth fiend was stunned for a moment before he slammed on the brakes. However, a smug look appeared on his face in an instant. In her opinion, Ling Xiao's internal force had already been exhausted, so he shouldn't be able to escape. However, when she saw Ling Xiao's half-smile and his unfathomable Taiji eyes, she felt very uncomfortable. Yes, it's annoying. There's a fly buzzing around behind me. I have to kill it first. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. The two of them had already entered the depths of the primeval forest. In the gloomy forest, they could sense the aura of wild beasts. They could even hear the terrifying sound of breathing. You have a glib tongue. Unfortunately, you still don't understand why I dared to chase you all the way here. It's because I have absolute confidence in my victory. The sixth fiend was no longer angry, as she knew that Ling Xiao was a good talker, who was especially good at making people angry. Once someone got angry, their mind would be in a mess. Once they were in a mess, they would lose their composure. Oh, is your so-called confidence referring to your martial spirit? Ling Xiao asked rhetorically. That's right, but not entirely. It's a pity that you still haven't figured out what my martial soul is. However, I will let you know before you die. The sixth fiend smiled coldly, but she still didn't release her martial soul. Of course, she might have already released it, but Ling Xiao couldn't see it. 3-leaf demonic eyes. Capture! The sixth fiend didn't release her martial soul, but used her eye technique. This demonic light didn't shoot towards Ling Xiao, but towards a powerful third grotto heaven realm devil porcupine in the bushes. Buzz! A strange sound was heard. Ling Xiao turned around and saw the devil porcupine's terrifying body darting out of the bushes. This devil porcupine looked very ferocious. It looked 70% like a porcupine and 30% like a demon. It was 2 meters tall and 4 to 5 meters long. Upon closer inspection, the spikes on its back looked like poisonous snakes. It also had terrifying fangs that could bite anything. Humph, humph. The devil porcupine let out an unwilling cry, as if it was resisting something. However, after a while, it stopped moving, and its eyes became blurry. The 3-leaf demonic eyes is indeed extraordinary. It can actually control such a powerful demonic beast. Ling Xiao also had a soul-controlling secret technique, and he had used it before. Its effect was similar to the 3-leaf demonic eyes. However, it was an unorthodox technique that didn't help him increase his strength, so he didn't use it again. However, it was clear that the sixth fiend had cultivated the 3-leaf demonic eyes to the extreme. Ling Xiao, do you now understand why I was so sure that I could kill you? Just by using my eye technique, I was able to obtain such a powerful helper. What about you? You're just a laughable abandoned hero. The sixth fiend looked at Ling Xiao with a mocking smile. While controlling the powerful grotto heaven realm devil porcupine, this guy was still able to maintain his body's normal state. This was simply too powerful. It's indeed very powerful, but it's not surprising that it's an unorthodox technique. I've already mastered this secret technique when I was in the heaven realm. Ling Xiao said indifferently, compared to this, I'm more interested in your martial soul. If I'm not wrong, it should be the Gemini martial soul, right? Chapter 1458. You actually recognize my martial spirit. The sixth malefic star was very surprised. Her Gemini martial spirit had never been exposed in front of anyone. Even the Raven Queen did not know about it, due to the special nature of the Gemini martial spirit. Even if she used it, no one would know. This made the sixth malefic star's martial spirit mysterious. Perhaps it was this mysterious feeling that made her stand out among the young warriors of the Black Crow Empire. There's nothing to be surprised about. The Gemini martial spirit is said to be transformed from the Gemini demonic fish in the Archean era. It can be considered an Archean martial spirit. Ling Xiao said indifferently, since you know that the Gemini martial spirit is an Archean martial spirit, how dare you look down on it? The sixth malefic star said coldly, The world places too much importance on the Archean martial spirit. In fact, among the Archean martial spirits, except for a few special martial spirits, the rest are no different from modern awakened martial spirits. Ling Xiao said disdainfully, if you had the Archean dragon spirit, the 12 human celestial martial spirit, or the human King's Mountain River martial spirit, I would naturally think highly of you. However, the Gemini martial spirit is not in this category. What a big tone, the sixth malefic star snorted and said, do you really understand the Gemini martial spirit? What don't I understand? The Gemini martial spirit is nothing more than a person having two bodies. This martial spirit allows a warrior to have two real bodies. This is why you were able to dodge my attack before. Ling Xiao said indifferently, in fact, I have already attacked you. However, to deal with a Gemini martial spirit, I have to attack both real bodies at the same time. Otherwise, it will be ineffective. However, although this martial spirit is fancy, it has a major weakness. That is, only one of the two real bodies can fight. When one of them is fighting, the other one can only watch. Stupid. Although the sixth malefic star said this, she was very shocked. Ling Xiao's judgment of the Gemini martial spirit was almost completely correct. Fortunately, she still had a trump card that could allow the Gemini martial spirit to gain new abilities. Otherwise, it would be a failure. That was what she thought, but Ling Xiao's next words directly crushed her psychological defenses. You might think that by controlling those demonic beasts with your three-leaf demonic eyes, you can give your other body the ability to fight. This is something I don't know, right? What? The sixth malefic star looked at Ling Xiao in shock. Who are you? How do you know so much? That's not important anymore. You are indeed a genius. You have the tri-leaf demonic pupils and your Gemini martial spirit. Unfortunately, you met me. Ling Xiao shook his head. Humph, you dare to mock my twin martial spirits. Then what is your martial spirit? What right does a cultivator, who doesn't even dare to release his own martial soul, have to make irresponsible remarks about others' martial souls? The sixth malefic star snorted coldly, and the controlled devil porcupine fell to the ground. In the darkness, a faintly discernible figure appeared. That figure's appearance was exactly the same as the sixth malefic star. Furthermore, it appeared to be a real person and not a clone. Ordinary cultivators will have a headache if they meet you. Seeing that the figure gradually become real, as if it was a clone of the sixth malefic star, Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh. This woman from the Soul Clan had really used her Gemini martial spirit to life. Facing one sixth malefic star was already a headache. Facing two of them now was even more troublesome. Although one of them was only at the third Grotto Heaven realm, he could use all the abilities of the sixth malefic star except for his martial spirit, including the tri-leaf demonic eyes. He could also use the abilities of the devil porcupine at the same time. This was simply cheating. Are you afraid now? Unfortunately, it's too late. The two sixth malefic stars spoke at the same time. The tri-leaf demonic eyes of their 4 eyes almost shot out demonic light at the same time. Afraid? Don't think that you are the only one who has a martial spirit. Ling Xiao smiled. A red sun and a bright moon slowly rose behind him. This is your martial spirit. Don't treat others as fools. A celestial martial spirit is not something a lowly human like you can have. You created some illusions to deceive and scare me. I'm not stupid. The sixth malefic star said disdainfully. What's the hurry? This is just the beginning. Today, I will open your eyes. Unfortunately, once you see my martial spirit, you will definitely die, because I won't let you leave alive. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Don't be an alarmist. Even if you have the immemorial dragon soul, and the immortal soul of the 12 human immortals, you can't scare me. The sixth malefic star shouted. What if it's the mountain river martial spirit? The corner of Ling Xiao's mouth raised into a cold smile. At that moment, the red sun and the bright moon behind him turned into two bright spots. It merged into the boundless mountain river martial spirit. Behind Ling Xiao was a pitch-black universe. In the universe, a ferocious beast lay on its stomach. Its body was bigger than a dozen planets. This was the first time Ling Xiao used his mountain river martial spirit in front of others. However, his mountain river martial spirit felt very different from the human king's mountain river martial spirit. The human king's mountain river martial spirit only created a mysterious world, a space of everything and nothing more. However, Ling Xiao's mountain river martial spirit became even more vast because of the memories in his mind. It encompassed the entire universe. The mountain river world was just a space within it, dominating the universe, roaring in the 9 heavens. Right, since it's already my martial spirit, and to distinguish it from the human king's mountain river martial spirit, I will call it the tyrannical martial spirit from now on. The martial soul phantom behind him made Ling Xiao feel a sense of pride. He immediately gave his brand new martial soul a brand new name. In fact, when she heard Ling Xiao say the words, Mountain River Martial Spirit, the sixth malefic star's heart was already trembling violently, as if it could shatter at any time. Looking at the vast universe, the sixth malefic star no longer had any fighting spirit. Her fighting spirit completely collapsed and shattered in an instant. No, impossible. It's absolutely impossible. How can a lowly human like you have such a great martial spirit? It's impossible. The sixth malefic star couldn't believe what she saw was true. That was the mountain river martial spirit, a martial spirit that the entire mysterious world went crazy for. Once this secret was leaked out, not to mention the Sky Dragon continent, the Divine Phoenix continent, and the White Tiger continent, even the Immortal Court continent, and the Hell continent, which were far away from the Gate of Heaven's Choice, would be alarmed. No wonder Ling Xiao said that she would definitely die if she saw this martial spirit. So this was what he meant. No, it's impossible. You can't have the mountain river martial spirit. And your martial spirit is different from the ancient records. The sixth malefic star began to hypnotize herself. Ha, you're right. My martial spirit is the tyrannical martial spirit, not the mountain river martial spirit. Ling Xiao smiled as if he was looking at a fool. P.S. I suddenly found that the chapter number is wrong. There are no chapters missing. The VIP chapters can't be changed. Fortunately, it doesn't affect reading. Sorry, everyone. Chapter 1459. Ling Xiao looked at the sixth malefic as if he was looking at a fool. The sixth malefic star, who had wanted to kill him just a moment ago, was now completely terrified. The power of the mountain river martial soul was really amazing. That's right. Your martial soul is the sky martial soul, not the mountain river martial soul. I admit that I'm not your match. How about you let me go? What a joke. The mountain river martial soul was the most special martial soul since ancient times. The human king had relied on the mountain river martial soul to conquer the world and create the glory of the mystic world. Its power was clearly recorded in the ancient books. Ling Xiao was not weak. Now that he had the help of the mountain river martial soul, she was no match for him. It's too late. Ling Xiao shook his head. If the sixth malefic had chosen to reconcile or surrender before he released the sky martial soul, he could have chosen not to fight. After all, fighting in the depths of the primitive forest could easily alarm the terrifying demonic beast overlord. But now that the sky tyrant martial spirit had been revealed, the only thing Ling Xiao could do was to silence them. He could not let the sixth malefic reveal his secret. Otherwise, it would not be the same generation of martial artists who would hunt him down. Perhaps even the peerless experts of the White Tiger continent would appear. At that time, even the Moon Maiden would not be able to protect him. In the worst-case scenario, even the Moon Maiden would be implicated and lose her life. Ling Xiao was arrogant, but he was not stupid. When it was time to show his strength, he would not be stingy. When it was not time to reveal it, he would not reveal it. He had protected the secret of the Mountain River martial soul from the Ling family in Tianfeng City to Qingshu College in the Divine Phoenix continent. He would continue to do so in the future. Ling Xiao, don't think that I'm afraid of you. I have the cultivation of the 5th Grotto Heaven realm, and my Gemini true body has the 3rd Grotto Heaven realm. We both have the 3-leaf demonic eyes. Even if you want to fight, you won't be able to win easily. The 6th Malefic said, I'm not begging you. I just feel that there's no need to fight to the death. If that's the case, it might have been effective if you said it earlier. But now it's meaningless. Ling Xiao sneered and said, once the Sky Tyrant martial spirit appeared, you were doomed to die. Sky Tyrant, Red Sun all. After releasing the Sky Tyrant martial spirit, the Red Sun all was like a huge comet falling from the universe. Dragging its long tail, it smashed toward the 6th fiend. Even Ling Xiao was shocked by this scene. Coupled with the Sky Tyrant martial spirit, his light and shadow profound had become much stronger. Right now, even if Xiao Chun faced a genius cultivator of the 7th Grotto Heaven realm, he would not need to use the power of a sovereign personage to crush them, let alone a mere 6th fiend. The enormous Crimson Sun all seemed to be moving slowly, but its speed was actually astonishingly fast. The 6th Malefic star's eyes were filled with terror. All that was left in her eyes was the gigantic Crimson Sun, the sky-dominating Crimson Sun, all that could destroy the forest within a radius of several hundred meters. Run! Without any thoughts of resistance, the 6th Malefic star's first thought was to run away. The pressure that the sky-dominating Crimson Sun all gave her was too terrifying. It was as if she was being chased by a real star in the sky. Not only was it powerful, but it was also extremely terrifying. That feeling made her want to vomit blood. You just said that I was running for my life, but what are you doing now? Aren't you going to kill me to avenge your 7th Malefic star? Ling Xiao walked leisurely. He now had the whole world, the whole universe. It was impossible for the 6th Malefic star to escape. Soon, the 6th Malefic star realized that no matter which direction she ran in, she would eventually get lost. Then she would inexplicably run toward Ling Xiao, as if she was walking right into a trap. With the Sky Tyrant martial spirit and the realm of controlling heaven and earth, Ling Xiao felt that he was in control for the first time. That feeling was really cool. Being able to toy with a powerful enemy in the palm of his hand was something that he had always dreamed of. Today, it had finally come true. His stomach full of resentment was now completely vented out. The 6th Malefic star's choice to run was actually a wise choice, because her 3-leaf demonic eyes were useless against Ling Xiao, and her Gemini martial spirits were so weak against the Sky Tyrant martial spirit. Therefore, she had to run to have a chance of survival. However, at this moment, the 6th Malefic star realized that there was no way for her to escape. When a person was in despair, they would be stimulated with a crazy fighting spirit. She suddenly stopped. Her 3-leaf demonic eyes spun wildly, and a demonic creature crawled out from the ground. The Soul Clan was good at communicating with creatures from the other world using their soul power, and those who had awakened their eye technique would have an easier time communicating. That huge demonic creature was more than 10 meters tall. Its whole body was golden, like a giant made of bronze. It held a huge spear in its hand and looked coldly at Ling Xiao. The sixth malefic star's body had completely merged with the huge demonic creature. The Soul Clan really lives up to their reputation. I've already exposed my Sky Tyrant martial spirit, but I still can't defeat her easily. It seems that my cultivation is still not enough. Ling Xiao looked at the huge bronze demon with a cold gaze. His expression was as indifferent as ever. Ling Xiao, you could have let me go. We shouldn't have to fight to the death. But now you regret it. I've already decided to fight with you. Even if I die, I'll severely injure you. I'll even drag you down with me. The sixth malefic star had completely gone crazy. She no longer had the fear from before. The huge bronze demon lifted its leg and charged at Ling Xiao. With every step it took, the ground shook violently. Boom! The Sky Tyrant Red Sun all finally fell, but it was shattered by the huge bronze demon's spear. Although the bronze demon retreated a few steps and almost fell to the ground, it instantly regained its footing. It let out a shocking roar and stabbed the huge spear in its hand again. You're very tenacious. I have to say, you're indeed much stronger than the seventh malefic star. Especially with the Soul Clan's ability to communicate with other worlds, it's simply cheating. Although Ling Xiao's expression was still indifferent, he admired his opponent from the bottom of his heart. She was really too strong. No wonder she was the Black Crow Empire's sixth malefic star. She was much stronger than the phoenixes he had killed before. She was stronger than Ji Ying, stronger than Nan Sha. This was the Soul Clan. This kind of talent bloodline was not something humans could compare to. If humans wanted to fight these monsters, the only thing they could rely on was their martial spirits. Although other clans could also have martial spirits, they could even have both martial spirits and bloodlines. Only humans could raise the power of their martial spirits to the extreme. This was probably what the Creator meant by fairness. The sixth malefic star did not get carried away by Ling Xiao's praise. Only when a warrior was certain of victory would they praise their opponent. Chapter 1460. The sixth malefic star felt helpless and hopeless. She knew that she could not win. Sky Tyrant Taotai Doomsday. A sword appeared in Ling Xiao's hand. It was as if a terrifying beast had suddenly awakened and crawled out from the pitch-black universe. The huge bronze troll emitted a golden light. Crazy power poured into the long spear in his hand, as if he was going to fight against the star-devourer behemoth. Roar! A deep and majestic roar came from the Taotia's mouth. There was contempt and disdain in its eyes. The Taotai martial soul was already powerful, now that it had merged with Ling Xiao's light and shadow ultimacy. It launched a fierce attack with the support of the Sky Tyrant martial soul. It was powerful enough to look down on the sixth malefic star. Even the bronze troll was nothing in its eyes. Rumble! When this roar rang out, the entire world shook. It was as if a hurricane had swept through the forest within a 100-mile radius, causing countless beasts to tremble in fear. What's going on over there? Why is there such a big commotion? Could it be that the Overlord has finally gone mad? Near the black volcano, the experts sensed the powerful aura in horror. It was a terrifying aura that could swallow the sun and the moon and control the world. Even they felt threatened. They did not know what was going on over there, so they could only wait and watch quietly. They guessed in their hearts. At the same time, the sword in Ling Xiao's hand had already pierced out. The huge Taotai opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the bronze troll whole. Together with the sixth malefic star, they disappeared into the bloody mouth. Together with the attack of the Doomsday, Ling Xiao used the Sky Tyrant Shadow All to kill the Gemini martial soul. The two real bodies were destroyed at the same time. The sixth malefic star was completely dead. beside the destroyed black volcano. The experts frowned at the same time. That was because the commotion had disappeared completely in an instant. In the battle just now, there seemed to be the auras of Ling Xiao and the sixth malefic star, but they disappeared almost at the same time. Ji Ruolong frowned. Did they perish together? Impossible. How could Ling Xiao be a match for the sixth malefic star? Maybe the two of them provoked the overlord of the primitive forest and were both killed. Otherwise, it would be impossible to produce such a terrifying aura. Raven Queen frowned. She would rather accept the fact that the sixth malefic star and Ling Xiao were both killed by the overlord than admit that Ling Xiao could perish together with the sixth malefic star. Do you want to go and take a look? If your sixth malefic star is still alive, we might be able to save him. Although that overlord is strong, we don't have to fear him if we work together, Ji Ruolong suggested. In fact, the old man was still thinking about Ling Xiao. Originally, he wanted to wait for the sixth malefic star to bring back Ling Xiao's body and then find a way to take it for himself. But now, it seemed that his hopes were dashed. Regardless of whether Ling Xiao was dead or alive, he had to go in and take a look. However, if he went in alone, he was afraid that there would be an unforeseen event, so he asked the others. There's no need for that. Even if that overlord killed the two of them at the same time, the sixth malefic star can't really be dead. Her martial soul is a little special. The sixth malefic star had always believed that her martial soul had never been exposed, but how could she hide it from an expert like the Raven Queen? Knowing that the sixth malefic star had twin martial souls, the Raven Queen appeared very calm and was not worried at all. The other warriors of the Black Crow Empire also followed the Raven Queen's lead, so if the Raven Queen was not worried, they naturally were not worried either. Ji Ruolong did not say anything else and continued to wait. Another hour passed by. Finally, a worried look appeared on the Raven Queen's face, and the other warriors of the Black Crow Empire were also a little anxious. Mother, why don't you let me go in and take a look? No matter what, the sixth malefic star is an important fighting force of our Black Crow Empire. We can't just bury her in this primitive forest for no reason. Tomohiko Kuma could not hold it in any longer. I said that there's no need for that. Maybe she's just hiding from that overlord, so she's wasting some time. We just need to wait for her to bring Ling Xiao's body out. The Raven Queen shook her head, her attitude very firm. However, even she was not firm enough in her heart. After not seeing the sixth malefic star for such a long time, she was afraid that the odds were against her. Tomohiko Kuma still wanted to say something, but when he saw the Raven Queen's ashen face, he shut his mouth. He knew better than anyone what kind of temper his mother had. Once she was angry, she would not recognize anyone. Another quarter of an hour or so passed. Ji Ruolong sneered. Since the Raven Queen doesn't care about her family's genius warriors, this old man will lead the people of the Ji family into the forest first. That Ling Xiao killed my grandson. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. Time passed slowly. The Raven Queen frowned. She naturally heard the sarcasm in Ji Ruolong's words. Let's go. Let's go in and take a look. I don't believe that the sixth malefic star will be buried in this forest. Also, the head of the Ji family, you're right. If he's alive, I want to see Ling Xiao's corpse. Otherwise, the revenge of our Black Crow Empire's Grand Master will not be considered. She had no other choice, and she was indeed very concerned about Ling Xiao's life. Hence, her figure flashed, and she led the warriors of the Black Crow Empire into the forest. Even if Ling Xiao is dead, his corpse belongs to our Permitha Island. I want to refine him into the best zombie. Ha 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 ha. The Permitha Islands, to be inconsolable, also laughed and flew into the forest. The rest of the warriors of the Permitha Island followed closely behind. Shall we go and take a look? Zhu Tianlin glanced at Zhou Yun and said, at this time, Ji Ruolong, to be inconsolable, and the Raven Queen had all entered the forest. If Ling Xiao was really still alive, they would also have to help. Ice Phoenix Ancestor, are you going? Zhou Yun turned his head to look at the Ice Phoenix Ancestor and asked, of course, why wouldn't I go? The Ice Phoenix Ancestor was also very curious about whether Ling Xiao, that stubborn boy, was still alive. That boy had too many secrets. She could not let others take advantage of him. Hence, the 6 experts entered the forest one after another to search for Ling Xiao and the 6th malefic star. More than an hour had passed. Ling Xiao had already put away the sky tyrant martial soul. Looking at the mess around him, he could not help but sigh in his heart. The power of the sky tyrant martial soul was too terrifying. After releasing it, the power of the light shadow profound meanings moves would become incomparably huge. Moreover, it seemed to be out of the control of the mystic world's laws. In the mystic world, the laws set by the experts of the Immortal Court continent would generally limit the power of various moves and the speed of cultivation. This was also why, except for the warriors of the Hell continent who could draw energy from the underworld, the warriors of the other continents had no chance of winning against the warriors of the Immortal Court continent. Chapter 1461. Others controlled the laws of the mystic realm. The power of one's attack was determined by others. The most hateful thing was the cultivation speed. Under the control of the laws of the mystic realm, no matter how hard one tried, one would never be able to reach the level of the Immortal Court, unless one had a martial soul that could break these laws. For example, the 9 great primordial dragon souls, the 12 immortal human souls, and the most powerful mountain river martial soul. It just so happened that Ling Xiao possessed the mountain river martial soul, so his cultivation speed was so fast. Or, if one made offerings to the powerhouses of the Immortal Court, they would remove some cultivation barriers after they were satisfied. This was also why the martialists on the 11 continents and countless islands had their own immortal spirits. The so-called immortal spirits were actually the martialists of the Immortal Court. Of course, there were also some martialists who worshipped the underworld spirits of the Hell continent. The effect was the same. The more offerings there were, the fewer cultivation barriers there would be. As a result, the greater the clan and sex disciples were, the easier it was for them to cultivate in an unequal situation. In addition, the closer one was to the heaven's chosen gate, the weaker the power of the laws of the mystic realm. This was also one of the reasons why the closer one was to the heaven's chosen gate, the stronger the martialists. The Sky Dragon continent was suppressed by the laws of the mystic realm. Even if there were geniuses, they would become trash. In the past, Ling Xiao didn't understand this very well. However, after fully releasing the Sky Tyrant martial soul today, he gradually understood this more clearly. Of course, this was also partly thanks to his master, Yuan Venerate. After all, Yuan Venerate had been to the Immortal Court before, and was one of the most outstanding pharmacists there. He definitely knew more than he did. When the power of the Sky Tyrant martial soul broke through the control of the laws and released a powerful move, the Immortal Court continent, which was far away near the Heaven's Chosen Gate, also received a big impact. In the imperial palace of the Heavenly Court Empire, which was located in the clouds of the Immortal Court continent, the immortal emperor frowned slightly as he looked into the distance. Imperial Tutor, it seems like another demon has appeared on the Divine Phoenix continent. Your Majesty, I'm afraid the evildoer born this time is very different from the past. He's even more troublesome than the previous Yuan Venerates, Ji Fuling and Ji Chong. A look of horror appeared on the aged imperial preceptor's face. Your Majesty, Do you remember the phantom of the primordial golden dragon emperor that broke through the laws of the profound world? I remember. At that time, it seemed to be a martial artist from the heavenly dragon continent who did it. It's a pity that we haven't been able to find out who it was. The immortal emperor nodded. I'm afraid it's the same person who ignored the profound world's laws again. Moreover, his martial soul is the mountain river martial soul that we fear the most. The imperial master said, solemnly. What? The immortal emperor sat up abruptly with a look of disbelief on his face. I didn't expect that after 100,000 years, there would still be someone who could perfectly inherit that guy's martial spirit. It's not just inheritance, but sublimation. The imperial tutor's words shocked the immortal emperor once again. This child probably possesses the power of the ancient golden dragon monarch's bloodline. Together with the mountain and river martial spirit, his growth will definitely be even more shocking than that of a sovereign personage. The immortal emperor slowly sat down. A moment later, a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Don't you have a lot of followers? It seems that the strongest force in the White Tiger continent, the righteous sect, was founded by your followers. You gave him a dream and asked him to find this demon. If possible, recruit him. If not, kill him without mercy. Your Majesty is wise. The imperial master also smiled and said, actually, the heavenly dragon continent and the divine phoenix continent also have our heavenly court's followers. However, the martial artists on those two continents are too weak, so I have never been interested in paying attention to them. This time, I can use them. Do it immediately. Yes, Your Majesty. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know what was happening in the distant immortal court. It was even more impossible for him to know that a terrifying expert had his eyes on him. Because it was his first time releasing the tyrant martial soul, he hadn't figured out how to block the aura. As a result, he directly penetrated the laws and attracted the attention of the immortal court. However, if there was a second time, he would be even more careful. Of course, the tyrant martial soul was too powerful. If he could avoid using it, he would try his best not to. In any case, there weren't many opponents who were worthy of him fully releasing the tyrant martial soul. He only needed to release a part of it. In order to avoid being targeted, I have to constantly become stronger. At the very least, I have to step into the yin-yang realm first. Once my cultivation reaches the yin-yang realm, the entire divine phoenix continent will be under my feet. At that time, let's see who dares to criticize me, who still dares to call me a despicable human, who dares to casually bully and deal with me. Strength. Everything depended on strength. Ling Xiao understood very well that it was precisely because he was too weak that he was constantly provoked and bullied. No matter where he went, he couldn't cultivate in peace. He was the one who created the Black Water Lake, but he couldn't quietly take it away. He clearly had a powerful martial soul, but he didn't dare to use it. All of this was related to strength. If you weren't strong, others would treat you like air or an ant. Even if you obtained a treasure, others would fight for it without discussing it with you. It was clearly others who attacked you first and were killed, but it was as if you were the one who committed the most heinous crime. This kind of twisting of the truth, confusing right and wrong, and pointing at a deer as a horse was simply suffocating. Anger. I'd better find a place to digest the experience from the battle just now. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao gradually calmed down. No matter how angry he was, it was meaningless. It was better to raise his strength first. He found a secluded place and began to reflect on the battle just now. 15 minutes later, his right eye suddenly opened. It was the same as the sixth malefic star's three-leaf demonic eye. The left eye was the Taiji eye, and the right eye was the three-leaf demonic eye. Ling Zhao's two eyes now had special abilities. The Taiji Ai's main abilities were soul judgment and analytical insight. Of course, soul judgment currently included the 5 abilities of the Divine Tomb, Burning Heaven, Sage King, Sword Spirit, and Immortal Pot, and still needed to be developed. As for the 3-leaf demonic eye, its greatest ability was probably soul capture. It could control and tame beasts, and even martial artists. Of course, there was another ability, the demonic eye attack. This was the ability that the 6th malefic star had used to attack Ling Xiao. There was also another ability the 6th malefic star had used before his death to communicate with another world. It could summon a powerful war demon from another world. Currently, the 6th malefic star could summon a bronze giant demon. Its cultivation seemed to be on par with the martial artist, but its defense and strength were both astonishing. Basically, its combat strength was much greater than the martial artist's. Although he wasn't too familiar with the 3-leaf demonic eye, Ling Xiao knew that he had picked up a treasure this time. Chapter 1462. Obtaining the 3-leaf demonic pupil was a time to be excited. However, things were not over yet. Another hour passed. Behind Ling Xiao, a person who looked exactly like him walked out. "Hello." "Hello." The two of them smiled at each other. They were both very happy. The Gemini martial soul had been devoured by the Tao Tai, but it had become Ling Xiao's martial soul by relying on the terrifying assimilation effect of the Sky Tyrant martial soul. Although the combat strength of the Gemini martial soul was worrying, it was equivalent to giving Ling Xiao an extra life. No, it was not just an extra life. If someone wanted to kill him, they would have to kill him and the Gemini martial soul at the same time. In this way, as long as he was careful, he would almost become immortal. 6th malefic star. What a waste of such a good martial soul. Why did you use it to fight? If you let it hide, how could I kill you so easily? Ling Xiao shook his head, and he was secretly delighted in his heart. Although the battle today was very tiring, the gains after the battle were also huge. Let's leave here first. There are so many experts gathered outside. Even if they are afraid of the overlord in this primitive forest, they still dare to come in. If I encounter them, it will be troublesome. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao stood up and walked deeper into the forest. He was also afraid of the overlord, but since he would not be attacked if he did not provoke him, there was no need to worry. He was not the kind of person who liked to provoke others. As Ling Xiao expected, the experts outside led their disciples into the primitive forest and began to chase in the direction of the battle between him and the 6th malefic star. Although they were not fast, they should be able to reach there in 15 minutes. The Raven Queen had sworn that even if Ling Xiao killed the 6th malefic star, she would not attack Ling Xiao again. Of course, this was limited to the sacred Dynasty Island. However, in addition to the Black Crow Empire, Ling Xiao still had to face the pursuit of the Ji family and the Permitha Immortal Island. They had never sworn an oath. Not long after Ling Xiao left, the huge crowd had already arrived at the place where the battle had taken place. Seeing the messy scene, everyone's heart couldn't help but tremble. Within a radius of a few hundred meters, not a single blade of grass survived. The ground was still emitting an aura of death, which was terrifying. Ling Xiao and the 6th fiend fought here, but I don't sense the aura of that overlord. Ji Ruolong went forward to take a look, but his brows furrowed tightly. He couldn't understand. How could the destructive power of the battle between two Grotto Heaven realm martial artists threaten a Yinyang realm martial artist like him? Who released this power? Ling Xiao or the 6th malefic star? How are they doing now? Are they all dead, or have they all gone missing? Apart from the auras on the battlefield, it was difficult to find their auras anywhere else. Ling Xiao is still alive. Perhaps the 6th malefic star is already dead. To be inconsolable, suddenly spoke. What did you say? Raven Queen couldn't believe this was true, but since these words came from To be inconsolable, they couldn't be false. To be inconsolable was very sensitive to the aura of death. Only she could tell who had died in this battle. It wasn't just Raven Queen who was shocked. Everyone was shocked and bewildered by this. Was Ling Xiao really that powerful? How could he kill the sixth malefic star and cause such terrifying destruction? You've miscalculated. Ancestor Ice Phoenix suddenly laughed. What do you mean? Raven Queen Ji Ruolong and To be inconsolable turned to look at him at almost the same time. Ling Xiao's martial soul might be inhabited by a living being, and this living being is much stronger than him. Ancestor Ice Phoenix replied, Of course, this is just my personal guess. Whether it's true or not is still unconfirmed, but looking at the scene, I'm most likely right. Then let's find him until we find him. Raven Queen had rushed to the enchanted island of the sacred dynasty for the immemorial demon and the immemorial golden crow. She just happened to encounter Ling Xiao, so she wanted to kill him to vent her hatred. But she didn't manage to kill Ling Xiao, and she lost the seventh and sixth malefic stars in succession. She didn't feel proud at all. Now, only by finding Ling Xiao and tearing him to pieces could she vent the hatred in her heart. Everyone of the Black Crow Empire, listen up. I don't care what methods you use. Whoever can find Ling Xiao will be honored as a prince of the Black Crow Empire and rewarded with a mid-level jade martial art. Whoever can kill him can also make a request of me. As long as I can do it, I'll fulfill my promise. Raven Queen was completely enraged. Raven, think carefully. You just swore that regardless of whether Ling Xiao killed the sixth malefic star or not, you can't do anything to him on the enchanted island of the sacred dynasty. Zhu Tianlin reminded her. I don't need you to remind me. I won't do anything, and there's no need for me to do anything. Raven Queen believed that even if Ling Xiao really killed the sixth malefic star, the other 5 malefic stars were all present, except for the first and second malefic stars. She didn't believe that the third, fourth, and fifth malefic stars couldn't kill Ling Xiao. As you wish. Although Ling Xiao killed the sixth malefic star in disbelief, the generous reward still filled the warriors of the Black Crow Empire with anticipation. They forgot about their fear and danger and rushed into the depths of the primitive forest. You guys go with us. Ji Ruolong turned around and said to the warriors of the Ji family, Find Ling Xiao. No matter if he's dead or alive, you must bring him back. Yes. Although the warriors of the Ji family didn't quite understand why Ji Ruolong did this, this was the order of the patriarch. They naturally didn't dare to disobey and rushed into the forest. Ji Huangtian also wanted to go, but he was stopped by Ji Ruolong. Huangtian, you just returned. You should go back and rest. Prepare to participate in the Dragon Phoenix selection. All right. Ji Huangtian glanced at the dense forest. Previously, he was very disdainful of Ling Xiao, but at this moment, he actually had a strong interest in this man. It was a pity that he couldn't personally kill him. He hoped to see him again at the Dragon Phoenix selection. You guys go too. Huang Quan, you should also return to the Divine Phoenix continent first. Just prepare to participate in the Dragon Phoenix selection. You don't have to worry about other things. To be inconsolable was a very cunning woman. When she saw that Ji Ruolong was very interested in Ling Xiao, even if it was a corpse, she felt that there was a problem. Thus, she gave the same order. It was just to kill a mere Ling Xiao. There was no need to let Zhong Yu Huangquan stay here and waste his time. Understood, Island Master. Zhong Yu Huangquan smiled. Now that Ling Xiao wasn't in the Divine Phoenix Empire, he could go back and tease that cold-faced servant girl by Ling Xiao's side. She seemed to be called Cold Plum. Chapter 1463. Ancestor Ice Phoenix wore a solemn expression. Although he had come to help Ling Xiao on the surface, deep in his heart, he wished for nothing more than for Ling Xiao to die. But this ant that he didn't even bother to look at back then had already grown to such an extent. He originally thought that without the Moon Maiden by Ling Xiao's side, this child would definitely die. But now, it seemed that the development of the situation had greatly exceeded his expectations. If this child wasn't eliminated, it would definitely lead to a great disaster. Zhou Yun's eyes also flickered. When Ling Xiao first went to the Divine Phoenix capital, he had seen Ling Xiao's terrifying talent, so he had suggested that Feng Yinshan form an alliance with this child. However, even he had absolutely not expected that this child's speed of growth would be too astonishing. Ling Xiao, Ling Xiao, is it better for you to die? Or is it better to live? Zhou Yun fell into silence. A figure appeared in Zhu Tianlin's mind. Ling Xiao was too similar to that person. No, it should be said that Ling Xiao's development path was more difficult than that person's, but more dazzling than that person's. Ji Furing, oh, Ji Furing, if you were still alive, how would you judge such a monstrous genius? 2 hours before the kill order was issued, Ling Xiao had already stepped into the most dangerous depths of the sacred dynasty's Immortal Island's primitive forest. Not only did the Overlord reside here, but there were also many powerful Grotto Heaven realm beasts. He had his Taiji eye open the entire time, so he could clearly sense everything within a radius of 1 mile. If there was killing intent within a range of 10 miles, he could also capture it. Back in the dragon-subduing mountain range of the heavenly dragon continent, he had relied on his outstanding perception to avoid those terrifying beasts. It was the same now. Whether or not he was an opponent, he wouldn't touch a meaningless battle and would choose to avoid it. The primitive forest of the sacred dynasty's Immortal Island wasn't as large as the dragon-subduing mountain range of the heavenly dragon continent, but it was inhabited by strange beasts with primordial bloodlines. They hadn't been able to evolve to this day. So many of them still retained some of their ancestors' characteristics. Many cultivators liked to step into this place because they wanted to obtain these beasts. That was because he could create faith martial arts from the divine characters in their bodies. It was even to the extent that the entire body of these primeval variant beasts was a treasure. If they were captured and sold, it would be a rather generous income. Fortunately, Ling Xiao was not short of money. Otherwise, he would have been tempted. Of course, the other important reason why Ling Xiao did not make a move was because of the Overlord in the depths of the forest. He could clearly feel the powerful aura, so he basically avoided the area where the aura was released. Although he was arrogant, he knew his limits. Even Yin-Yang realm warriors feared an existence. A mere Grotto Heaven realm warrior, like him, would only be sending himself to his death if he went. This place should be good enough. Ling Xiao looked behind him. There were no martial artists chasing after him. Along the way, there were quite a few powerful beasts. Most of them were at the Grotto Heaven realm. As he possessed the Taiji, he was able to completely avoid them. However, if other warriors wanted to pursue him, it would be impossible to avoid these Grotto Heaven realm beasts. Therefore, he should be safe for the time being. At this moment, he was not in a hurry to go out because the primordial sky fiend, primordial golden crow, and the immortal sword were all in his body. He wanted to completely turn these 3 into his own. In that case, he believed that no matter if it was his cultivation or combat strength, it would undergo a qualitative leap. What's that? Just as Ling Xiao was about to sit down and start comprehending, a powerful aura suddenly rushed in his direction from the depths of the forest. Ling Xiao's heart trembled incessantly. This aura was too terrifying. It shouldn't be that Overlord. Then what is it? After a moment of hesitation, he turned around and fled. Unfortunately, no matter how he fled, the powerful aura was getting closer and closer to him. Its speed was simply astonishing. Ling Xiao rarely lost to others in terms of speed unless his opponent's cultivation was much higher than his. However, this time he was really convinced. This fellow's speed was simply much faster than his. When he was fleeing, he could not take a detour at all. Therefore, he plunged into the two-headed demonic bear's nest. F*CK. The two-headed demonic bear, as the name suggested, was a demonic bear with two heads. However, these two heads were very mysterious. Usually, each head represented a type of attribute and could unleash terrifying attribute attacks. "I'm not interested in fighting with you now." Ling Xiao's figure flashed, avoiding the two-headed demonic bear, and fled further away. Just a moment after he left, he heard the two-headed demonic bear's shrill cry behind him. The two-headed demonic bear's combat strength was only slightly weaker than mine. It was actually killed in an instant. It seems that this person is really powerful. Ling Xiao thought for a moment. Instead of running away without thinking, he might as well calm down and find an opportunity to deal with it. If he ran like this, he would definitely not be able to escape from the other party. Moreover, he might encounter more trouble. Thinking of this, he suddenly stopped and took out a few formation refining stones from his storage ring with his right hand and threw them out. Then, he stood there and looked in the direction that the fierce creature was coming from. It was close. Ling Xiao was a little nervous. After all, the enemy was much stronger than him. It was definitely not something that he could deal with easily. Fire snake formation. The first formation refining stone released a fire snake formation. Fire snakes suddenly drilled out from the ground and spat out blazing flames towards the invading enemy. Whoosh! However, it was just a gust of wind. Ling Xiao did not even get a clear look at the creature's appearance, and the fire snake formation was broken. Thorns formation. The second array refining stone released a thistles and thorns array. Dense thistles and thorns suddenly sprang up from the ground, blocking the monster's path. This time, the thorns formation only slowed down the opponent's speed, allowing Ling Xiao to see a little of the other party's appearance. It was a wolf, a huge white wolf. The white wolf was 3 to 4 meters tall and 7 to 8 meters long. There was a strange moon mark on its forehead. Silver moon greedy wolf. Seeing this beast, Ling Xiao's pupils suddenly shrank. This beast looked so majestic and ferocious. Its entire body seemed to be wrapped in moonlight. When it ran, its limbs were wrapped in blue-purple flames. It looked extremely demonic. Legend had it that in the primordial era, there was a kind of exotic beast that was good at absorbing moonlight essence and was extremely powerful. Although it looked like a demon wolf, it did not like to live in groups. It was very powerful and liked to live alone. It was extremely noble. This was the Silver Moon Greedy Wolf. In the Sky Dragon continent and the Divine Phoenix continent, this kind of beast had long been extinct. He did not expect to see this kind of exotic beast in the primitive forest of the sacred dynasty's fairy island. Legend had it that the Silver Moon Greedy Wolf was extremely fast. When it flew on moonlight, even the dragons of the primordial era had to be wary of it. Unfortunately, perhaps because they were too arrogant, there was a serious problem with reproduction. Chapter 1464. Even in ancient times, there were no more than 1,000 Silver Moon Greedy Wolves. They were considered rare beasts. Now, there were even fewer of them. Ling Xiao felt that he was really lucky to have encountered a beast that was thought to be extinct a long time ago. Most beasts were destined to be powerful the moment they were born. Because beasts did not know how to cultivate, once they grew to a certain extent, their strength would rise to the peak, and they would no longer be able to advance any further. They were not like humans, who could constantly cultivate to break through. Therefore, the potential of beasts was even more important. According to ancient records, the silver moon greedy wolf's descendant, the moonlight white wolf, could become a reincarnation beast. It was equivalent to a reincarnation realm expert. This was already very shocking. As the ancestor of the moonlight white wolf, the silver moon greedy wolf's potential was self-evident. It's not bad to capture it and make it a pet for Sister Moon Lady. Ling Xiao's eyes lit up with excitement. The silver moon greedy wolf was good at absorbing moonlight essence. It could definitely help the Moon Lady. While he was thinking, the silver moon greedy wolf had already broken through the thorns formation and was charging at him. Swamp formation. The third alchemy formation stone fell to the ground and formed a swamp. The silver moon greedy wolf was almost hit, but just as it was about to sink into the swamp, bright moonlight shot out from its feet, and it flew into the air, crossing the swamp formation. If I knew it was a silver moon greedy wolf, I wouldn't have used the swamp formation. What a waste! The swamp formation is useless against things that can fly. Ling Xiao sighed and activated the fourth alchemy formation stone. Rock formation. Sand and stones flew in the air. Stones the size of a human had rained down on the silver moon greedy wolf. Awoo! After the silver moon greedy wolf let out a loud cry, the moon mark on its forehead actually released a crescent-shaped blade of light, instantly breaking through the dense formation of rocks. It's not easy to deal with. This guy should be a Grotto Heaven beast at the 7th Grotto Heaven realm. Ling Xiao could not help but frown when the silver moon greedy wolf broke through 4 formations in a row. But the more it was like this, the more excited he was. If the silver moon greedy wolf wasn't strong enough, it wouldn't be qualified to serve the Moon Lady. He couldn't stay by Sister Moon Lady's side all the time, so this silver moon greedy wolf, as a pet, could be used to relieve Sister Moon Lady's boredom. Just as he was thinking, the silver moon greedy wolf had already closed in on him. Absolute ice array. Ling Xiao released the last refining formation stone. With his body as the center, everything within 10 meters of him instantly froze. Even the silver moon greedy wolf was instantly frozen. However, before he could be happy, then the ice completely shattered. Awu, it rushed over at a terrifying speed. Ling Xiao had nowhere to run. He could only release the scarlet sun feather raiment in an instant and protect his vitals with both hands. Boom! A terrifying sound rang out in the forest. Ling Xiao was sent flying hundreds of meters away, smashing through dozens of trees before coming to a stop. Pooh! Ling Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn, it was too strong. As expected of a silver moon greedy wolf with a pure ancient bloodline, it was simply terrifying. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Ling Xiao half squatted on the ground, but the silver moon greedy wolf was nowhere to be seen. That guy could attack from any direction at any time. He had to be careful. Whoosh! Ling Xiao hurriedly dodged. He had already captured the silver moon greedy wolf's movements, but it was useless. The opponent was too fast. Even if he expected it, he couldn't dodge it. There was a mark on his chest from the huge wolf claw, although it wasn't very serious. But don't forget, he was under the protection of the scarlet sun feather raiment. Even so, he was still injured. This silver moon greedy wolf was much more terrifying than the 6th and 7th malefic stars. Light shadow battle armor. Ling Xiao had no choice but to raise the level of his defense. The combination of light and darkness made his defense even stronger. In the past, Ling Xiao relied on his speed advantage. Even if he faced a stronger warrior, he wouldn't be at a disadvantage. But this time, it was different. The silver moon greedy wolf in front of him was much faster than him. Without the advantage of speed, what should he do? This was a problem he had never encountered before. Now that this problem was placed in front of him, he had to solve it. Since speed isn't enough, then let's fight head-on. You're just a beast. No matter how strong you are, you don't know as much as I do. Although Ling Xiao was injured, he calmed down. He had to admit that this Silver Moon greedy wolf was really strong. But so what? Ling Xiao had faced too many strong warriors. It wasn't like he didn't encounter any stronger than the Silver Moon greedy wolf. What did he have to fear? Sword of Destruction, Stormy Sun Change. In an instant, Ling Xiao combined the Sword of Destruction and Divine Sword of Light and released his strongest attack. The Silver Moon greedy wolf only looked coldly at Ling Xiao, as if this attack was nothing. Awooh! A clear howl sounded. The Silver Moon greedy wolf spat out a blue flame from its mouth. It actually repelled Ling Xiao's sword light in an instant. Powerful! But the more powerful you are, the more I like it. Again. Dark Massacre Sword, Soul Destroyer. One black and one white, the two swords combined. The Sword of Destruction and the Dark Massacre Sword attacked the Silver Moon greedy wolf at the same time. This was Ling Xiao's strongest attack without using his Sky Tyrant martial soul. The Silver Moon greedy wolf slowed down. It seemed that it also felt the power of Ling Xiao's attack. Awooh! Another clear howl rang out. The Silver Moon greedy wolf's body shone with blue light. Its body turned into a ray of light and collided with Ling Xiao's two sword lights. Kaboom! A loud explosion sounded in the forest. Ling Xiao was not afraid of any Grotto Heaven beasts coming. This was because even the beasts would be afraid of such a strong destructive force. They would not choose to come over, but to run away. 3-leaf demonic eyes. Soul Catcher. Ling Xiao knew that he would not be able to last long in a head-on clash. The Silver Moon greedy wolf was stronger than him, so he had to use other methods. Therefore, the 3-leaf demonic eyes that he had just obtained became his weapon to defeat his enemy. After releasing the Soul Catcher, the Silver Moon greedy wolf's fighting spirit was weakened significantly. The Silver Moon greedy wolf felt a terrifying power being injected into its body, as if it was trying to make it submit and become a puppet of the other party. However, the Silver Moon greedy wolf was a proud existence. How could it become a puppet for a human? Awooh! The Silver Moon greedy wolf's howl rang through the clouds. The moonlight on its body was as bright as the sun. Damn, I'm so unlucky. Since the Soul Catcher failed, Ling Xiao was once again sent flying by the Silver Moon greedy wolf's shocking force. He felt that a few of his ribs were broken. It was excruciating. Chapter 1465. Good fellow, I don't believe that I can't tame you today. You've grown quite capable. Ling Xiao touched his aching chest. His ribs were healing on their own. He didn't need to worry about that. He had to keep an eye on the Silver Moon greedy wolf. Although it was just a beast, its fighting skills were puzzling. It was as if it had undergone special training. Could it be that this beast already has a master? Ling Xiao suddenly thought of the overlord of the primitive forest. The Silver Moon greedy wolf had come from that direction. Could it be that they were together? Trash, you can't even take care of a puny human after half a day. What's the use of having you? At this moment, a roar came from the depths of the forest. At the same time, the Silver Moon greedy wolf prostrated itself on the ground and let out a cry of fear. What's going on? Ling Xiao was simply dumbfounded. How did the primordial ferocious beast that was still flaunting its prowess become so weak now? At this moment, a huge hand reached out from the forest and slapped towards the Silver Moon greedy wolf. It wanted to kill the Silver Moon greedy wolf. Senior, please have mercy. Ling Xiao hurriedly shouted. The sky-covering hand stopped in midair, forming a huge shadow on the ground. Human, you want to plead for it? Don't forget that it wanted to kill you. A dignified voice asked. Junior just thinks that it has done its duty. Don't you think it's a pity to kill it? After all, it's a purebred, immemorial Silver Moon greedy wolf. Ling Xiao just didn't want the Silver Moon greedy wolf to die. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to get it. He would let it live first. Everything else could wait. You're right. But if you don't want it to die, give me the immemorial golden crow and immemorial heavenly demon's fighting spirit. The voice said domineeringly. Ling Xiao frowned. This overlord in the depths of the forest knew that he had the immemorial heavenly demon and immemorial golden crow. It seemed that he wasn't simple. It seemed like there was no other choice. They could only take it one step at a time. In any case, the giant hand that blotted out the sky could slap him to death with a single slap. There was no way he could escape. So why not just go over and check out the situation first? Senior, the primordial golden crow, and the primordial heavenly demon are now causing trouble in my body. I can't wait for them to get out of my body. Since Senior can help me, that's great. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Where is Senior? Junior will go over right now. Silver Moon, bring him here. The enormous hand that covered the sky finally retracted. Then, a dignified voice sounded. The Silver Moon greedy wolf growled before looking at Ling Xiao with gratitude in its clear eyes. You don't have to thank me. Anyway, I originally planned to capture you and take you back as a pet. If you die, I can't do anything. Ling Xiao shrugged. The Silver Moon greedy wolf looked at him deeply, then turned around and walked in the direction of the enormous hand. Ling Xiao followed closely behind. He could feel that the terrifying pressure was getting stronger. About a quarter of an hour later, Ling Xiao saw a person. This person was extremely ugly. The most terrifying thing was that her hair was actually a jumping poisonous snake. Upon closer inspection, her clothes were actually made of terrifying poisonous scorpions. The place she was sitting on was also a bed piled up by insects. What the hell was this person? Ling Xiao sucked in a cold breath. He had seen ugly people before, including the sixth malefic star, but he had never seen such a terrifying and disgusting person. It was hard to tell the woman's age, but judging from her face, she should be in her 40s or 50s. Judging from her bone structure. However, she seemed to have lived for tens of thousands of years. Her lips curled into a cold smile as she looked at Ling Xiao indifferently. The Silver Moon greedy wolf had already crouched down, trembling all over as if it was afraid of something. What a piece of trash. What's the point of raising you for so many years? The woman looked at the Silver Moon greedy wolf coldly. With just a glance, the Silver Moon greedy wolf was sent flying. It crashed into a tree and bounced back. The Silver Moon greedy wolf's strengths were its attack and speed. Its body was clearly not that tough, so it was quite injured. Ling Xiao could feel the Silver Moon greedy wolf's anger, but it did not dare to resist. This woman was too powerful. If it resisted, it might die. For such a smart Grotto Heaven realm beast, survival was of course the most important thing. As long as it lived, there would be plenty of opportunities for revenge in the future. You blame me for killing your master and want revenge, but it's been more than 100 years and you're still so useless. I'll give you a chance. Do you dare to attack me? The woman looked at the Silver Moon greedy wolf with disdain and indifference. Ling Xiao was shocked. The Silver Moon greedy wolf that had embarrassed him earlier was humiliated by this woman and did not even dare to resist. Who was this woman? Was she the overlord of this primitive forest that the experts outside were talking about? Ling Xiao did not know. He did not even dare to use his soul power to check. His intuition told him that it would be useless and might even harm him. The woman's gaze finally moved from the silver moon, greedy wolf back to Ling Xiao. After a disdainful laugh, she said, "Do you still think you can leave here alive? Senior must be joking. No one likes to die. If Senior can let me live, I'll give you the immemorial divine demon and immemorial golden crow." Ling Xiao said with a smile. Although he was displeased with what he said, he was sincere. If he could leave alive, so what if he lost the immemorial divine demon and immemorial golden crow? He still had the powerful immortal sword intent. It was still a big gain. Haha, I'm not joking. No one who has come to my place has ever left alive. Even if I agree, my little friends won't agree. She smiled. The snakes, insects, rats, and ants around her all looked at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao clearly sensed that these guys had bad intentions. "Senior, I really didn't mean to offend you. I was chased to the depths of the forest and disturbed Senior's cultivation. I hope you can forgive me." Ling Xiao's heart sank. The woman in front of him definitely did not want him to leave so easily. However, he still did not know what she wanted. If she just wanted to kill him, she would not have asked him to come here. "Did you cause such a big commotion?" Finally, the woman asked the key question. Ling Xiao's heart could not help but twitch. If he did not answer this question well, he would be in trouble. After a moment, he smiled and said, "Senior, you must be joking. I'm just a fourth Grotto Heaven realm cultivator. How could I cause such a terrifying commotion? That person is the sixth bane of the Black Crow Empire. He's from the soul race and has the ability to communicate with other worlds." Since the sixth bane was already dead, there was no need to push the blame to a dead person. Chapter 1466. "You're dishonest," the woman suddenly said after staring at Ling Xiao for a while. Ling Xiao's expression did not change. He smiled and said, "Senior, you must be joking. How would I dare to lie in front of you? Forget it. I'm not interested in playing word games with you. Now you have two choices. One is to die, and the other is to tell me all your secrets. In this case, I can raise you as a pet. It's impossible for those people outside to kill you," the woman said with a chuckle. She used a very indifferent tone to say something terrifying. Perhaps it was normal for her to kill people and raise a human as a pet. Ling Xiao noticed that there were painful sounds coming from the cave behind the woman. They should be martial artists. He was not sure which race they were from, but they were definitely martial artists. "Haha, what if I don't want to choose either?" Ling Xiao said with a chuckle. The fact that she let him choose meant that she did not want to kill him so quickly. She must be afraid of something. Do all humans like to dream so much? The woman sighed and suddenly swung her hand. Ling Xiao immediately felt something tighten around his neck, as if something had wrapped around it. It was actually a snake that looked like a golden thread. It was very thin, but very tough. "This is my cute golden thread snake. It has a venom that even a half-step yin-yang realm martial artist can't resist. I'll give you time to think, but if you're more than one li away from me, the golden thread snake will bite you to death. Take care of yourself." The woman smiled very proudly and evilly. "Senior, we have no grievances in the past. Why do you have to do this? I've already promised to give you the immemorial divine demon and immemorial golden crow for free. Why do you still want to kill me?" Ling Xiao said with a bitter smile. "Because you're not honest. There's an even bigger secret in your body. Although I don't know what it is for the time being, listen carefully. I have all the time in the world to grind with you. How long can you live? 100 years? 200 years? Ha ha." The woman laughed disdainfully. "Senior, aren't you afraid that trapping me will bring you trouble?" Ling Xiao suddenly asked. "Trouble? What are you referring to?" The woman asked. "There are 6 powerful yin-yang realm warriors outside. Some of them are here to kill me, while others are here to protect me. However, they all seem to care about me. Think about it. What will happen if they know I'm here? Ling Xiao asked. Nothing much. The woman chuckled. This is my kingdom, my world, my grotto heaven. If they dare to enter, I can make it so that they won't be able to return. She was obviously very confident. Ling Xiao guessed that this woman's cultivation was at least at the 5th level of the yin-yang realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so confident. After all, the island masters of the 5 Immortals Island were at the 4th level of the yin-yang realm. On the other hand, Ancestor Ice Phoenix, Zhou Yun, and Raven Queen were at the 3rd level of the yin-yang realm. It was impossible to defeat the author without a cultivation base at the 5th level of the yin-yang realm. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but laugh bitterly. He didn't expect that the enemy could save him sometimes. He had already formulated a plan in his heart. He would use this woman's underestimation of the enemy to lure those experts over. Then he would take the opportunity to slip away. Otherwise, he wouldn't have any chance. Unless the Moon Maiden came. However, even the Moon Maiden might not be this fellow's match. He couldn't let the Moon Maiden take the risk. Senior, you're really confident. Looks like I can only think about it carefully. Ling Xiao planned to calm her down first before waiting for an opportunity to take action. He believed that those fellows outside were frantically searching for him in the forest. You're very smart. I hope you won't be stupid. Go. You can still move freely within a 1-kilometer radius. Don't blame me for not giving you time to think. The woman waved her hand, indicating for Ling Xiao to leave. Senior, we're considered acquaintances now, right? I still don't know your identity. Ling Xiao suddenly asked, Do you want to know? There's no harm in telling you. The woman suddenly became serious, as if she was reminiscing about the past. Tens of thousands of years ago, the true Devil Empire rose. The true Devil Emperor swept across the mystic world and shook the world. This king was his subordinate, the 100 Insects Demon King. 100 Insects Demon King. Ling Zhao's heart suddenly twitched. He thought to himself, I really have to go against the true Devil Empire. The Plague Demon King, the Evil Beast Demon King, and the Lightning Demon King all died because of him. They were either killed by him or by the Moon Maiden. As for the Yin-Yang Demon King, he was the imperial advisor of the Divine Phoenix Empire. He wanted to use the Divine Phoenix Empire to restore his power and build a new true Devil Empire. In the end, he and the Moon Maiden destroyed his ambition. Now, he actually met the 100 Insects Demon King. Moreover, the 100 Insects Demon King was the strongest of the Demon Kings he had encountered so far. This fellow probably recovered early, coupled with the fact that she had been recuperating in this primitive forest. Few people would come to disturb her. That was why she had recovered so well. It was rumored that the 100 Insects Demon King could control snakes, insects, rats, and ants. No wonder this fellow said that this was her territory. She probably controlled all the insects within a 1-kilometer radius. Within this range, no matter what Ling Xiao did or said, he would not be able to escape her surveillance. This was too convenient. So Senior is actually the 100 Insects Demon King of the true Devil Empire. No wonder you are so powerful. This junior has eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Ling Xiao said respectfully, Although you say that, you must be cursing me in your heart. It doesn't matter. I said that I would give you time to consider, so I won't go back on my words. You may leave. The woman waved her hand. Ling Xiao nodded, then turned and left. A radius of 1 mile was seriously too small for a martial artist. However, Ling Xiao was not worried. He had an advantage that the 100 Insects Demon King did not know about. The golden thread snake was nothing. It could kill him, but it could not destroy his twin martial souls at the same time. So it was naturally fine. The only thing he was worried about was that once he stepped out of the 1 kilometer radius, the other insects would report it to the 100 Insects Demon King. At that time, he would still not be able to escape. Since that was the case, he might as well go all the way and get rid of the 100 Insects Demon King. Of course he couldn't, but didn't he have so many helpers? The corner of Ling Zhao's mouth raised into a sneer. He walked in the forest for a while, then stepped into an open space and casually threw out a refining array stone. Concealment array. This was a very simple array, but very useful. As long as you don't move, no aura will be released. No matter what you do, it doesn't matter. At the same time, 3 leaf demonic pupils, soul capture. The moment he entered the concealment array, Ling Zhao's right eye released a terrifying demonic light, which instantly entered the golden thread snake's spirit realm. The majority of beasts had weak soul force, and this golden thread snake was even weaker, so it was easily controlled by him. Chapter 1467. What an idiot! 100 Bugs Demon King. You're indeed much stronger than me, but you're still too inexperienced when it comes to tricks. Perhaps all powerful people are like that, disdaining to learn those tricks. But they don't know that these tricks can save their lives at a critical moment. Ling Zhao's lips curled into a sneer as another him walked out from behind him. Then the golden thread snake slid down his neck and coiled around the neck of the other him. That Ling Zhao walked out and wandered aimlessly in the forest. Of course, it was the twin martial souls. Ling Zhao could be considered to have applied what he had learned. He used all the abilities he had obtained from the 6th malefic star. Ling Zhao began to concentrate on cultivating in the concealment array. The place where the 100 Bugs Demon King resided was so rich in spiritual qi that it could drive anyone crazy. For him, it was simply a holy land for cultivation. At this moment, in the cave where the 100 Bugs Demon King resided, 2 strange firefly-like creatures were displaying moving images. One of them was a scene of Ling Zhao strolling in the forest. This kid is in the mood to stroll. Silver Moon, go and keep an eye on him. Don't let him play any tricks. If he fails this time, I'll stew you and eat you. The 100 Bugs Demon King looked coldly at Silver Moon and said, "Woo woo." The Silver Moon greedy wolf lowered its head and howled, then turned and ran out of the cave. The 100 Bugs Demon King's eyes were fixed on another moving image. In it, the Raven Queen Ji Ruolong to be inconsolable, and the others were leading many disciples in this direction. Arrogant and ignorant humans, you dare to intrude into this king's territory. Then, this king will let you know what fear is. She sneered, her eyes flickering with a green luster, and the snake hair on her head swayed constantly, just as she was casting her spell. On the other side, the warriors of the Black Crow Empire who had rushed into the forest first suffered a devastating blow. Although they had been attacked by beasts before, as long as they cooperated well, they could always avoid disaster. But this time it was troublesome. Strange snakes, insects, rats, and ants suddenly emerged from the forest and attacked them. These snakes, insects, rats, and ants were obviously under someone's control. Not only did they know battle tactics, but they were also very powerful. In the blink of an eye, nearly half of the Crow Empire's warriors were lost. The Ji family and the Permitha Immortal Island weren't having a good time either. They had both lost dozens of disciples. They had no choice but to leave the forest and report back to the Raven Queen and the others. Your Majesty, we followed Ling Zhao's aura all the way. At first, the beasts we encountered were all fighting on their own. They were no match for us at all. Later, we encountered a terrifying insect army, which led to heavy losses. The third fiend reported to the Raven Queen. "It's the 100 Insects Demon King." Ji Ruolong let out a sigh and said, "Could it be that this guy wants to protect Ling Xiao? Then what should we do? Retreat just like that?" The Raven Queen gnashed her teeth in anger. She had personally led the team, but they had lost so many warriors. How was she going to face the questions of the ministers when she returned? Her ruling power wasn't completely stable. "Of course, we can't retreat. Although the 100 Insects Demon King is powerful, he's at most a 5th level Yin-Yang realm expert. Although none of us have a chance of winning against him, it might not be the case if we join forces." Ji Ruolong suggested. "Ji family patriarch, it's time for you to tell us the truth. Why do you keep holding a grudge against Ling Xiao?" To be inconsolable suddenly asked. She needed to consider whether it was worth making an enemy of the 100 Insects Demon King. "What do you mean by that? If you don't want to go in, no one will force you." Ji Ruolong snorted coldly. "Haha, still not willing to tell the truth." To be inconsolable said disdainfully, "Old thing, do you really think we're fools? Is Ling Xiao related to the disappearance of the primordial heavenly demon and the primordial golden crow?" Ji Ruolong's expression turned ugly. She had finally seen through him. He remained silent. The rest of the people came to a sudden realization. Since that's the case, we must find Ling Xiao, even if it's for the primordial golden crow and the primordial heavenly demon." Ancestor Ice Phoenix sneered and said, "Although the 100 Insects Demon King is powerful, it's worth it to fight for these two things." "Agreed." Zhou Yin also nodded and said, "But how are we going to split the items?" Ji Ruolong frowned and asked, "Let's rely on our own abilities. It'll belong to whoever gets it, but the premise is that we have to work together to kill the 100 Insects Demon King. Otherwise, if anyone wants to keep the treasures for himself, the others can work together to kill him." To be inconsolable said. "Good." Ji Ruolong's eyes lit up. This was the deity island of the sacred dynasty, and he was most familiar with it. This agreement was actually the most beneficial to him. The others also nodded and expressed their agreement. This was because they had no other choice. After all, the primordial heavenly demon, the primordial golden crow, and Ji Chang's immortal sword intent were only 3 treasures. It was impossible to divide them equally. "Since it's decided, let's set off together. We'll walk at the front. The other disciples will be responsible for cleaning up the insects," Ji Ruolong said. Everyone agreed. And then the 6 Yin-Yang realm experts stepped into the 100 Insects Demon King's forbidden area. The other martial artists followed closely behind. "They're here." Ling Xiao, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes and revealed a joyful expression. His Gemini martial souls could also use the Tai Chi eye outside, so he knew the situation within a 1-mile radius like the back of his hand. The 6 Yin-Yang realm experts had already entered this area. At this moment, the 100 Insects Demon King was preparing to deal with the enemy with all his strength. He only sent the Silver Moon Greedy Wolf to guard Ling Xiao. This was an opportunity. After cultivating for about 2 hours, Ling Xiao had integrated close to 1/10 of the primordial golden crow's battle intent. This also caused his cultivation to rise to the peak of the 4th Grotto Heaven realm. He was only 1 step away from breaking through. In fact, Ling Xiao could break through at any time because he had accumulated enough energy. The reason why he did not choose to break through was because his cultivation had risen too quickly recently, and he felt that it was a little unstable. Therefore, he planned to maintain his cultivation at the peak of the 4th Grotto Heaven realm for a period of time and wait for his body and other aspects to become familiar with this state before breaking through. In that case, he would not have to worry about the side effects in the future. of course, his cultivation did not break through, but the 9 changes of the Crimson Sun had broken through to the next stage due to the powerful battle intent produced by the primordial golden crow. True Yang change. Since then, the power of the divine radiant sword had risen sharply. It was not an exaggeration to say that if Ling Xiao had broken through to the true Yang change, he would not have needed to expose his tyrant martial soul to defeat the 6th malefic star. The primordial ferocious beast's battle intent is indeed powerful. I've only integrated 1/10 of it, and I've already made such great progress. If I completely integrate the two, how powerful will it be? Ling Xiao was looking forward to it. Chapter 1468. Ling Xiao had benefited greatly from the primordial golden crow's powerful fighting spirit, although he wanted to continue cultivating. He had to prepare to escape. The 6 yin-yang realm experts had arrived, and the battle could erupt at any moment. Before he left, he had to get the Silver Moon Greedy Wolf. It was a gift for his beloved woman. The Gemini martial souls started moving towards where Ling Xiao was hiding. The Silver Moon Greedy Wolf followed behind and stared at him. However, it was obvious that its eyes were filled with resentment and displeasure. The Silver Moon Greedy Wolf, an immemorial ferocious beast, was being bullied by a monster from the Sea tribe. It had suffered enough. It really wanted to let Ling Xiao go and piss him off. Unfortunately, it didn't dare. It was afraid of the monster's strength. It was really helpless for an immemorial ferocious beast to end up like this. If its master treated it better, it would be fine even as a pet. In the immemorial era, its ancestors had been the pets of powerful humans like the human monarch. It wasn't a humiliation, but a kind of honor because its master treated its pet like a friend. However, what about it now? It wasn't even comparable to a bug. As it was thinking, the Silver Moon Greedy Wolf suddenly felt that something was wrong. It could feel that it had stepped into something like a restriction. It should be a formation. There were actually 2 Ling Xiaos in this formation. Don't be afraid. I won't do anything to you. Ling Xiao didn't need to speak. He only used his soul power to talk to the Silver Moon Greedy Wolf. Humph, you can't do anything to me. The Silver Moon Greedy Wolf let out a disdainful cry and also used its soul power to reply. Is that so? Ling Xiao and his Gemini martial souls opened the tri-leaf demonic eyes at the same time. The power of the soul assimilation technique was used on the Silver Moon Greedy Wolf. The Silver Moon Greedy Wolf already had a hard time resisting soul attacks. However, Ling Xiao's cultivation had greatly improved. In addition, he and his Gemini martial souls were suppressing the Silver Moon Greedy Wolf at the same time. The Silver Moon Greedy Wolf felt as if it had become a puppet that could do whatever the other person wanted. It tried to break free, but found that it couldn't use the power in its body. Ling Xiao smiled. This was all part of his plan. He wasn't strong enough to face the Silver Moon Greedy Wolf head-on unless he reached the 5th Grotto Heaven realm. Therefore, he chose this kind of sudden method to attack from the front and back. He also set up a formation that strengthened the soul-absorbing ability in the concealment array. Under the multiple attacks, the Silver Moon Greedy Wolf simply made a wrong move, and the entire board fell apart. Ling Xiao's voice sounded in the Silver Moon Greedy Wolf's mind. What's the matter? Come with me. Although I'll treat you as a pet, I'll treat you like a friend. Leave that guy who's neither human nor ghost. The bewitching voice made the Silver Moon Greedy Wolf almost lose its resistance, and it almost nodded. However, this primordial ferocious beast was a primordial ferocious beast after all. Even at this level, it was still struggling with all its might. You're worried that I'm no match for him and won't be able to leave this place, right? Ling Xiao smiled and waved his hand. An image appeared in the Silver Moon Greedy Wolf's mind. It was the scene of the 6 Yin realm experts entering the forest. The 6 of them are all Yin realm experts with decent strength. Although they might not be able to defeat the 100 Insects Demon King, it shouldn't be a problem for them to restrain her. Now is the time for you and me to escape. Don't try to kill her. That monster is too strong. You and I don't have that strength yet. However, I can guarantee you that we'll be able to make trouble for her soon. At that time, you'll have to pay her back for all the grievances you've suffered at her hands. Under Ling Xiao's enticement, the Silver Moon Greedy Wolf's hatred for the 100 Insects Demon King was completely aroused. That's right, there wasn't a moment when it didn't want to kill that monster. Perhaps it was because Ling Xiao had saved its life before, but it actually felt a trace of intimacy with Ling Xiao. Perhaps this was the key reason why the Silver Moon Greedy Wolf was so easily tempted by Ling Xiao's words. Of course, Ling Xiao had cultivated the primordial spirit remnant scroll, so his soul force was incomparably strong. In addition, his tyrannical martial spirit had a domineering aura and pressure. This was the reason why the soul-sucking ability of the 3-leaf demonic eyes was unleashed to the extreme. Otherwise, the Silver Moon Greedy Wolf wouldn't have submitted like this. It should be said that this was a combination of many factors. The Silver Moon Greedy Wolf finally lay on Ling Xiao's legs, as if it was enjoying this feeling. Don't worry, friend. I'll give you to the woman I love the most. You definitely won't be disappointed. Moreover, she's also a woman who has inherited the power of the moon. If you follow her, you might be able to fully awaken your potential and grow into a reincarnation beast, or even stronger. Ling Xiao gently stroked the Silver Moon Greedy Wolf's fur, trying his best to show his goodwill. After all, the Silver Moon Greedy Wolf was a beast that understood human nature. If you treated it well, it would naturally be willing to follow you. If the 100 Insects Demon King hadn't humiliated the Silver Moon Greedy Wolf, this kind of beast known for its loyalty wouldn't have been so easily tamed by Ling Xiao. The human king once had a Silver Moon Greedy Wolf as a mount. Later on, the human king disappeared from the mystic world, and that Silver Moon Greedy Wolf never betrayed its master. This matter was recorded in the ancient texts of the sacred dynasty, so it shouldn't be fake. After recalling his Gemini martial souls, Ling Xiao stepped out of the concealment array and looked in the direction of the 100 Insects Demon King. The battle had already begun. The battle between the 6 Yin realm experts and the 100 Insects Demon King was truly world-shaking. It was far more intense than the battle between Ling Xiao and the 6th Fiend, so much so that the Silver Moon Greedy Wolf was trembling in fear. Don't be afraid. He doesn't have the time to deal with us. Let's go. Ling Xiao stepped on the Silver Moon Greedy Wolf's back and smiled. The Silver Moon Greedy Wolf growled, and with a flicker of moonlight, it rushed forward. About 2 hours later, Ling Xiao and the Silver Moon Greedy Wolf had already left the sacred dynasty's immortal island and arrived at the stormy ocean. He took out the airship and had the Silver Moon Greedy Wolf sit on it as they advanced towards the Divine Phoenix Empire. But in the next moment, Ling Xiao's expression suddenly became tense. A black light suddenly arrived from the horizon and heavily landed on the airship. Escape? You think you can escape? A cold voice came from that person's mouth. Her cold eyes were filled with power and anger. The Silver Moon Greedy Wolf was probably used to this person's fear, and it actually retreated several steps before crouching on the ground. Ling Xiao was also very nervous as he stared at the person in front of him. The 100 Insects Demon King had actually chased after them. Could it be that she had killed all 6 Yin realm experts? That was impossible. Even if she was very strong, she couldn't have done that. Doing his best to calm himself down, Ling Xiao quickly regained his composure. against 6 Yin-Yang realm experts, the 100 Insects Demon King definitely couldn't have been so relaxed. Even if she had killed those 6 people, she would definitely have been injured, and her injuries wouldn't be light. Chapter 1469. In order to figure out the 100 Insects Demon King's current situation, Ling Xiao opened his taiji, the strange yin-yang symbol flickering with black and white light. A smile finally appeared on his face. "Boy, what are you smiling at?" The 100 Insects Demon King coldly asked. "100 Insects Demon King, you're already heavily injured, yet you still dare to chase after me? Are you here to die?" Ling Xiao smiled. The 100 Insects Demon King was alarmed. She had long felt that this boy's left eye was strange, giving her a strange sense of pressure. She hadn't expected it to be able to see through her injuries. Indeed, none of them had been able to gain the upper hand in their battle against the 6 Yin-Yang realm experts. Of the 6 Yin-Yang realm experts, the Raven Queen and the Ice Phoenix ancestor were both heavily injured, while the other 4 were also somewhat injured. Other than these 6 people, there were less than 100 warriors left after being killed by her. And she had paid a terrible price. She had underestimated the combined strength of the 6. After being heavily injured, both sides seemed to realize that they had been played by Ling Xiao. Thus, they chose to stop the battle. After stopping the battle, the 100 Insects Demon King used insects to create a fake substitute in the forest to confuse the 6 while she chased after Ling Xiao. After all, as long as she obtained the immemorial Sky Demon and immemorial Golden Crow from Ling Xiao, she would have no problem recovering from her current injuries. Foolish human boy. So what if this king is injured? Killing you will still be as easy as crushing an ant. The cold and emotionless voice came out of the 100 Insects Demon King's mouth, revealing a strong evil aura and killing intent. Then, the snake hair on the 100 Insects Demon King's head shot out so fast that it left behind only an afterimage. Ordinary martial artists simply couldn't see what was going on. Of course, Ling Xiao was no ordinary martial artist. When he opened his taiji eye, his 5 senses were raised to their limits. Although his opponent was too strong and he couldn't completely grasp her moves, he could still predict them in advance. At that moment, Ling Xiao almost reflexively moved to the side. Although it was only a few meters, he managed to avoid the 100 Insects Demon King's killing move. Crack! The deck of the airship was bitten by a snake hair, and then green smoke came out, melting a large area in an instant. It was obvious that it was highly toxic. How dangerous! That guy was right. Even though he was severely injured, he could still unleash the strength of an 8th or even 9th paradise. I'm still no match for him. Ling Xiao thought to himself. However, he didn't intend to borrow the power of the Butterfly Lady or the Yuan Venerate, as both of them would be exhausted after this battle. The Butterfly Girl would be very hungry. As for what side effects there would be, it was still unknown. However, if a Yuan Venerate made a move, his soul power would definitely be weakened, and his soul would become even weaker. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, he would absolutely not rashly ask them to help. Fortunately, he wasn't completely powerless right now. If the other party was a Yin-Yang realm martial artist and wasn't injured, he would definitely choose to flee. But now, no matter how strong the other party was, he was not as agile as before due to his heavy injuries. Furthermore, the longer the battle dragged on, the more this would happen. As long as Ling Xiao chose to stall for time, he might still be able to defeat the other party. Kid, your reaction is pretty fast. That eye of yours isn't ordinary. The 100 Insects Demon King grinned sinisterly. Originally, I could have spared your life as long as you had handed over the treasures on your body. Now, I will extract everything from your body, one by one, until you tell me everything in excruciating pain. She was furious to the extreme. Being played by a kid like Ling Xiao and getting injured all over made her lose face. She had never imagined that the 6 Yin-Yang realm martialists would really join forces to deal with her. After all, there was no doubt that both sides would suffer in that battle. There was only one reason for those people to do this, and that was that Ling Xiao was still hiding some huge secret. She thought about the terrifying aura she had sensed earlier. It must have been released by Ling Xiao. Although the soul race could communicate with the other world, they could not release such a terrifying, domineering aura. You should have done such a thing from the beginning, but you were too conceited. You thought you could easily defeat the enemy. You were too greedy, vainly trying to steal all the secrets on my body, so you weren't willing to kill me. Whether it's conceit or greed, it won't end well. Ling Xiao smiled and shook his head. Today, you chased me all the way here because of your greed and arrogance. Therefore, you will pay a heavy price for it. Did you really think I couldn't guess that you could chase me here? Did I not make any arrangements? In the end, this battle will still end with your defeat. You might even lose your life. Right, there's something I haven't told you yet. I killed your companions, the Plague Demon King, the Evil Beast Demon King, and the Lightning Demon King. As for the Yin-Yang Demon King, he was sent to the bottom of the storm ocean by my woman. He still doesn't dare to show his face. As Ling Xiao spoke, the 3-leaf demon pupil in his right eye had already opened, releasing a strange light. Although the soul catcher might not be able to harm or control the 100 Insects Demon King, it could definitely create a certain amount of deterrence and pressure. If he wanted to completely defeat his opponent, he had to first break down their mentality. Ling Xiao had to do this because he was facing an opponent who was much stronger than him and could not be underestimated. The 100 Insects Demon King was indeed affected. She was beginning to be unable to focus on killing Ling Xiao. Her eyes looked around wildly, as if searching for some kind of danger. After searching for a long time, she found nothing. She looked angrily at Ling Xiao. "Brat, you dare to play with me? If you think I'm playing with you, then so be it. I'm standing right here. Why haven't you made your move yet?" Ling Xiao smiled contemptuously, the strange light in his right eye becoming even brighter. Anyone would have a weak point in their heart. They would also have a weak point in their heart. The 100 Insects Demon King's weakness was that she had been seriously injured due to underestimating her opponent. Thus, she was now very worried that Ling Xiao had set up another trap for her. "Did you really kill the Plague Demon King and the others?" The 100 Insects Demon King did not attack, instead asking with a frown. "The Yin-Yang Demon King is still alive. If you're lucky enough to survive, you can go ask him. I'm sure he'll give you an accurate answer." Ling Xiao said with a smile. "I'll survive, but you, brat, will definitely die." The 100 Insects Demon King's face was covered in a sinister smile. The snake hair on her head stood up as she savagely flicked her tongue. Chapter 1470. Although the 100 Insects Demon King said that she wanted to kill Ling Xiao, she was clearly holding back. This was because she had been influenced by Ling Xiao's words and was worried that an expert would suddenly appear. If she didn't hold back, she might lose her life. Venomous snake hair. Once again, the 100 Insects Demon King's snake hair danced as she pounced on Ling Xiao. But this time, several snakes attacked at the same time, completely sealing off Ling Xiao's retreat. "Awua!" A wolf howl suddenly rang out, and then a sharp moonlight blade suddenly flew out from behind Ling Xiao, directly colliding with the snake hair. Bang! The two energies met in the air and exploded. The moonlight blade shattered, but the snake hair was also completely repelled. Ling Xiao didn't move and remained unscathed. "Bastard!" The 100 Insects Demon King angrily glared at the silver moon greedy wolf. This little wolf that had been so obedient to her in the past actually dared to rebel against her. You don't need to be so angry. This is what you deserve. It was clearly so loyal to you, but what did you do to it? Not only did you bully and humiliate it, you even wanted to kill it. Have you ever thought about how it feels? Ling Xiao indifferently asked. Nonsense, it's just a bastard. What can it feel? This king is already being merciful by not killing it. The 100 Insects Demon King coldly said. Hearing this, the Silver Moon greedy wolf let out a low howl. Its eyes were filled with fierce hatred. It had done everything it could, but all it got in return was the word bastard. So, not killing it was already being merciful. The 100 Insects Demon King's words wiped away the last bit of guilt in the Silver Moon greedy wolf's heart. From this moment on, the Silver Moon greedy wolf was completely on Ling Xiao's side. People like you, are you really used to the feeling of being high and mighty? Truly shameless. Ling Xiao gently stroked the Silver Moon greedy wolf's neck and looked at the 100 Insects Demon King. The true destruction of the true Devil Empire, according to the records, was due to the sudden disappearance of the true Devil Emperor. But I'm starting to have some doubts. Isn't the real collapse of your empire precisely because you were too arrogant and careless? You don't treat your own people as human beings and crazily kill thousands of races. That's why you met with such a strong resistance, right? He had never seen the true scene of the destruction of the true Devil Empire, but based on the performance of the true Devil Empire's Demon Kings, this should be the truth. The 100 Insects Demon King looked at Ling Xiao, and the killing intent in his eyes intensified. This kid was really too scary. He actually guessed correctly. Thinking back to the past, when the true Demon Empire ruled the world, how majestic was that? Even if the true Devil Great Emperor had gone missing, they had only lost one expert. The fortresses of the true Devil Empire in the various parts of the profound world were still very stable, and there were many experts. The reason why it collapsed in such a short period of time was really because of the crazy resistance of the various rebel armies. Now that he thought about it, perhaps it would have been better to choose the method of raising pigs instead of hunting. For the human race to have a young man like you, this king is really worried. You make this king even more unhappy than Ji Chong back then. If I don't kill you, there might be a second human king. The 100 Insects Demon King looked at Ling Xiao, his killing intent completely exposed. The current you, do you have this kind of ability? Ling Xiao chuckled, and a red sun appeared behind him. The scarlet light in the sky shone on this red sun, and the light power in Ling Xiao's body constantly rose. At this moment, he was like a child of light, completely enveloped by sunlight. Gradually, the red sun's light became more condensed, turning from red to golden, and became more dazzling. With this move, he directly evolved the tyrant martial soul's blazing sun to the true sun transformation. Because the opponent was very strong, he had to go all out. This is your martial soul. No, this should only be a part of your martial soul. You seem to have become stronger than when you were with me. How in the world did you cultivate? I clearly saw you taking a stroll in the forest. Also, how did you make Silver Moon obediently go with you? It's not that obedient. The 100 Insects Demon King seemed to have a lot of questions. I'll tell you these questions when you're about to die, but for now, let's see how you'll kill the two of us. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He was now a peak 4th Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. The Silver Moon, Greedy Wolf, was a 7th Grotto Heaven realm beast. If the two of them worked together, they would definitely have some chance of victory against the 100 Insects Demon King, who could only display 8th or 9th Grotto Heaven realm strength at most. Moreover, Ling Xiao still had some power that he hadn't used yet. That was, he could break through at any time. In this battle, he would constantly stabilize his current state of cultivation, and when he was satisfied, he could choose to break through. He still had 3 strands of Human King's power that he could use. Although there was a limit to how much Human King's power could increase, it was still no problem for him to advance by 1 realm. This way, his chances of victory would be even greater. You're very proud? The 100 Insects Demon King laughed disdainfully. Do you really think that an ant like you and that animal can pose a threat to me? Ridiculous. Whether or not we can pose a threat, we'll know after the battle. You're no longer the 100 Insects Demon King at his peak. Don't forget that you're already seriously injured. Ling Zhao's lips curled into a confident smile. The Silver Moon Greedy Wolf also let out a loud cry, standing in a triangle with Ling Zhao. The two were ready to work together to deal with the 100 Insects Demon King. The attack just now had actually repelled the 100 Insects Demon King's venomous snake hair. This was something that had never happened before. Therefore, the Silver Moon Greedy Wolf was now full of confidence that it could definitely work together with Ling Zhao to defeat that abominable fellow. Sword, come. In Ling Zhao's hand, Isis Fury began to fuse with the divine sword of light. A true Yang radiant sword that emitted a dazzling light was born. This sword had condensed the power of the true Yang change, and together with Isis Fury, its power was already very terrifying. However, the 100 Insects Demon King only looked on without any fear. However, the birth of the true Yang radiant sword was just the beginning. Ling Zhao's Taiji eye rotated, the sword spirit eye opened, and an immortal sword slowly flew out. Fuse again. The immortal sword and the true Yang radiant sword fused again. The terrifying power continued to rise once again. Immortal true Yang radiant sword. The 100 Insects Demon King finally frowned. She could feel the terrifying power of the sword in Ling Zhao's hand. I didn't expect that your cultivation base would be so weak, but you would have such a terrifying move. No wonder you could defeat enemies stronger than you. Ling Zhao smiled and said, "You flatter me. Don't be so smug. With this, you're still no match for this king. You'll even die a miserable death." Although the 100 Insects Demon King said this, she did not immediately choose to fight, because she was somewhat wary of the sword in Ling Zhao's hand. Chapter 1471. The 100 Insects Demon King did not attack immediately. That was because the immortal true sunlight sword gave her some pressure. She was worried that there was something strange about the sword. Therefore, she had to figure it out before attacking. The reason why she had been hiding in the primitive jungle of the Sacred Dynasty's Immortal Island to practice was that she was cautious enough. That way, she would not easily lose her life. This time, she was slightly careless and was seriously injured. It was a big lesson for her. You're not the only one with a sword. You're not the only one who can use the power of light. A smug smile appeared on the 100 Insects Demon King's face. Sword of Orochi. Light of fireflies. Fuse. As the 100 Insects Demon King's voice faded, a strange sword that resembled a long snake appeared in her hand. The blade of the sword was curved like the body of a snake, but it was shining brightly and emitted a strong chill. Then, a large number of fireflies appeared behind her. These fireflies rushed toward the sword of Orochi. Although the light of fireflies was nothing to worry about, the large number of fireflies gathered on the sword still formed a mighty aura. This caused the serpent sword to become even more bizarre and demonic. After all, every firefly was a life. This time, thousands of fireflies died. With so many lives lost, the aura of death would naturally continue to gather. Go, sword of Orochi, condensed by death, kill him. The 100 Insects Demon King raised the sword of Orochi with her rough and dark right hand, and then her body moved forward in an instant, thrusting the sword toward Ling Zhao's chest. The sword of Orochi, which had merged with the light of fireflies, not only had a terrible aura of death, but also contained a strong poison. Even if it was just a scratch, the opponent would be in so much pain that he would rather die. Therefore, the 100 Insects Demon King did not have to look for Ling Zhao's vital points. After all, it was not easy to attack the vital points. The sword of Orochi rubbed against the air, and the light of fireflies became more dazzling. This lightning-fast sword had already been captured by Ling Zhao's Taiji Eye. Therefore, he made a prediction in advance. Otherwise, with his speed, it would be impossible for him to block this attack. He was fast. The other party was even faster. In that instant, the immortal True Sunlight sword blocked in front of him. At the same time, the scarlet sun feather robe on his body radiated light. Ling Xiao had no choice but to double protect himself. Because the opponent was too strong, he had to do so. Crack! The swords clashed against each other, radiating dazzling sword intent and light. It made an astonishing noise. Ling Zhao's body was knocked back, and he fell out of the airship. Wings of light. In that instant, a pair of almost transparent wings of light appeared on Ling Zhao's back. This slowed down the speed of their retreat, and at the same time prevented them from falling into the sea. A moment later, the great serpent sword turned into nothingness in the brilliant light of the immortal sword of light. The terrifying immortal sword intent and the terrifying true Yang transformation were truly terrifying. The 100 Insects Demon King's figure rapidly retreated because the Silver Moon Greedy Wolf had launched a sneak attack from the side. Although she dodged the attack this time, her expression didn't look good. Ling Zhao's sword contained an extremely powerful immortal sword intent. Immortal meant indestructible. Therefore, in the clash of sword intents, her great serpent sword was at a disadvantage. I really underestimated you. The 100 Insects Demon King's expression was gloomy. She originally thought that she could kill Ling Xiao in one fell swoop. But now, it seemed that things weren't going so smoothly. If the 6 Yin-Yang realm experts found out that the dummy in the forest was transformed from an insect, they would definitely chase after them. At that time, she probably wouldn't have a chance. The more she thought about it, the more anxious she became. However, she still couldn't think of a way to break Ling Zhao's immortal sword of light. Ling Xiao was actually quite surprised. He found that almost every time he used the immortal sword intent, the immortal sword intent imprisoned in the universe of Tyrant would continuously provide the same sword intent. This made Ling Zhao's immortal sword intent even stronger. At the same time, it also urged Ling Zhao's cultivation to increase. Ling Xiao found that he seemed to be unable to suppress the breakthrough in his cultivation. Water overflowed. His power had reached the limit and was constantly erupting. I might as well let nature take its course. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and finally released the shackles. At that moment, the accumulated power in his body broke through the shackles and entered the early stage of the 5th Grotto Heaven realm from the peak of the 4th Grotto Heaven realm. The breakthrough this time made Ling Xiao even more confident about this battle. He could feel that the sword in his hand was even more powerful. The breakthrough in his cultivation had at least doubled his strength. The Silver Moon Greedy Wolf looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. Originally, it was a little worried that Ling Xiao couldn't block the 100 Insects Demon King's angry attack. But now, it seemed that it was a little too worried. The battle prowess that Ling Xiao displayed now was probably not inferior to it. It only needed to take care of itself and help Ling Xiao. Perhaps today, it could take revenge and kill the evil Demon King that had been so mean to it. You seem very happy. Do you think that he can defeat this king now that he's stronger? The 100 Insects Demon King noticed the Silver Moon Greedy Wolf's expression and said disdainfully, I can clearly tell you that you're delusional. Do you think that you can kill me because I can't use my full strength? Laughable. Don't forget that I'm an Yin-Yang realm expert, and an Yin-Yang realm expert at that. My experience and skills aren't something that you can deal with. Even if I'm injured, I can still easily kill you. The Silver Moon Greedy Wolf's originally excited mood suddenly turned cold. At that moment, it began to wonder if it had been too complacent. A ninth Grotto Heaven realm martial artist was completely different from an Yin-Yang realm fifth level martial artist who could only use the strength of a ninth Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. Vision, combat experience, and various special abilities were not things that the former could compare to. You talk too much. Since you can kill us so easily, why don't you just attack? Why am I still alive? And well, Ling Zhao's voice suddenly sounded like a morning bell, instantly waking up the Silver Moon Greedy Wolf. That's right, if he really had that ability, he would have killed them long ago. But now, the truth was that they were not dead. It had almost fallen for that guy's trick again. The Silver Moon Greedy Wolf looked angrily at the 100 Insects Demon King, its eyes glowing red. Ignorant, the 100 Insects Demon King smiled coldly. Do you really not know how I got the title of 100 Insects Demon King? Her laughter suddenly became much louder. A strange jade tablet suddenly appeared in her hand, and then she used her blood to write an inscription on it. My cute baby, your mother is being bullied. Why don't you come out and help? As the 100 Insects Demon King's cold and strange voice sounded, the jade tablet in her hand gave off a strange light. It seemed to open some kind of passage. Chapter 1472. In that pitch-black passage, Ling Xiao felt a terrifying threat. Ka-cha! 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 Roar! Finally, something came out of that pitch-black passage. A scorpion. It was a huge scorpion. Its body was about 10 meters long, and the venomous hook on its huge tail glowed with a green light. The 100 Insects Demon King sat on the scorpion's head like a king, looking very domineering. 2 ants accept this king's wrath. With that, the huge scorpion swung its tail and shot toward Ling Xiao at a terrifying speed. The 100 Insects Demon King seemed to be certain that Ling Xiao was the main culprit. As long as Ling Xiao was killed, the Silver Moon Greedy Wolf would lose its will to fight. Ling Xiao did not say anything, but his Taiji eye was operating at high speed. In that instant, he retreated rapidly. An eerie green light pierced through the place where he had been standing. It was so fast that even his Tai Chi, I almost couldn't capture it. The scorpion's speed was even more terrifying than the injured 100 Insects Demon King. Whoosh! After the first attack failed, the next one suddenly arrived. The scorpion's huge eyes were filled with ruthless indifference. Ling Xiao did not choose to continue retreating. Instead, his figure suddenly rose, and the speed of the wings of radiance was raised to the limit. Once again, because of his early judgment, he dodged the opponent's attack. This can't go on. The Silver Moon Greedy Wolf knew that it could not continue watching. It suddenly circled around and chose to attack the scorpion's tail. The scorpion's tail seemed to be its greatest weapon. As long as this thing was broken, the scorpion's fighting strength would be greatly reduced. However, it had only taken 2 or 3 steps when it suddenly jumped back. In front of its eyes, 2 poisonous snakes appeared. A huge king snake with eyes. When it raised its head, it was even bigger than the Silver Moon Greedy Wolf. Don't kill it yet. I want to let it see how the person it wants to follow will die. And what a piece of trash he is. The 100 Insects Demon King ordered the 2 king snakes. At the same time, Ling Xiao dodged the scorpion's attack again. But this time, it was extremely dangerous. He had a feeling that the scorpion's attacks were getting faster and more precise each time. At this rate, he would be attacked sooner or later. Ling Xiao's eyes flickered with the light of wisdom. He was considering how to deal with this poisonous scorpion that had suddenly appeared. However, at this moment, the 100 Insects Demon King, who had been sitting on top of the scorpion's head, revealed a sinister smile. Taking advantage of the moment, when Ling Xiao dodged the scorpion's attack, more than a dozen snake hair suddenly shot out, sealing off Ling Xiao's escape route. She had been waiting for an opportunity. This time, as long as the attack landed on Ling Xiao, then Ling Xiao would definitely die. Each strand of hair was a venomous snake. They spat out their tongues and lunged at Ling Xiao. "We can't hold on any longer." The 100 Insects Demon King revealed a hideous grin. The Silver Moon greedy wolf's heart sank. In the end, Ling Xiao was still not enough. His cultivation base was too low. Facing an expert like the 100 Insects Demon King, he had no chance at all. But it could not let Ling Xiao die like this. The silver moon on its forehead emitted light, and then a light blade pierced through the air. But before this light blade could fly far, it was whipped down by the king snake's tail. Although the king cobra was also injured because of the whip this time, the king cobra was injured, but the silver moon greedy wolf was unable to save Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's neck was bitten by more than a dozen strands of hair right under its eyes, and he became stiff and motionless, dead. The silver moon greedy wolf fell into a state of intense anger and disappointment. With a wild howl, it pounced at the two king snakes and launched a frenzied attack. Angry? Is it worth it for a person you just met? The 100 Insects Demon King sneered disdainfully. The silver moon greedy wolf could not speak, but its anger represented its intentions. To it, Ling Xiao was its hope, its future. It had been tortured by the 100 Insects Demon King for so many years, and it had thought that this time it could see the light again and leave that miserable life forever. But it was the 100 Insects Demon King who cruelly tore its dreams to shreds. It was furious. Previously, it had held back its strength because it was afraid of death. But this time, it erupted with the ferocity and might of an immemorial beast, and the two king snakes were torn to pieces in an instant. Because of this, it was also poisoned, but it was still unwilling to stop. It had been a coward for long enough and did not want to continue like this. It pounced at the scorpion, at the 100 Insects Demon King. Even if it could not avenge Ling Xiao, it wanted to injure the 100 Insects Demon King again. Ignorant fool, even your master is no match for this king. What can you do? The 100 Insects Demon King coldly laughed and ordered the scorpion to attack the silver moon greedy wolf. But at that moment, the scorpion suddenly waved its huge tail and stabbed it. Puchi! This attack was too sudden, and the 100 Insects Demon King had never dreamed that it would be like this. Its body suffered a terrifying impact, and the huge tail directly pierced through it. Defense was not the 100 Insects Demon King's advantage, and this scorpion was very strong. What's going on? She angrily recalled the scorpion and avoided the silver moon greedy wolf's attack, but blood kept dripping. Ling Xiao! It must be Ling Xiao. She suddenly thought of something. Ling Xiao was not dead. If Ling Xiao had died, he should have released the immemorial golden crow and the immemorial sky demon. But in reality, he did not. I'm sorry, 100 Insects Demon King. Your time has passed. When Ling Xiao's voice sounded, he had already appeared behind the 100 Insects Demon King, and the immortal true sunlight sword in his hand stabbed into the 100 Insects Demon King's body. Everything was just as he had calculated. The Gemini martial souls had helped him a lot. The 100 Insects Demon King let out a blood-curdling scream. The silver moon greedy wolf was dumbfounded by this scene. It did not understand what was going on at all. Wasn't Ling Xiao dead? How could he suddenly reverse the situation and pierce the 100 Insects Demon King's body? Damn it! Damn brat! I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Even if I become an ugly monster, I won't let you have an easy time." The 100 Insects Demon King was not dead. Her ferocious face was filled with intense hatred. Her body began to twist and change shape. Scorpion fusion. As a hoarse and strange voice came from her mouth, her broken body actually merged with the poisonous scorpion just now. She had a human body, but the lower half of her body was a huge scorpion. This strange form made Ling Xiao frown as he looked at it. As expected, the 100 Insects Demon King is not that easy to kill. What a pity! I missed the best opportunity. Ling Xiao did not continue to attack. Instead, he returned to the Silver Moon Greedy Wolf's side and took out an antidote to feed it. Die! Die! The 100 Insects Demon King's voice was unpleasant to listen to, and now it was even worse. It made one's scalp tingle. Chapter 1473. Bang! Suddenly, the huge tail swung over. Although Ling Xiao blocked it, facing the terrifying power, he was still sent flying. His whole body crashed into the flywheel ship in the sky. He felt as if his arm was about to break. This is going to be troublesome. Ling Xiao's expression was unsightly. The 100 Insects Demon King was actually able to fuse with the insects he raised, and it was clearly stronger than when it fought alone. Although it was still unable to reach the Yin-Yang realm, it was at least at the 10th Grotto Heaven realm. At this level, Ling Xiao was no match for it. Cough, cough. Ling Xiao coughed twice, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. He slowly stood up, took a deep breath, and coldly looked at the Silver Moon Greedy Wolf that was resisting the 100 Insects Demon King. At this moment, the Silver Moon Greedy Wolf had already been hit several times by the 100 Insects Demon King's huge tail in order to prevent him from being injured. Although it managed to avoid being hit in the vitals, it was still heavily injured. "Silver Moon, come back!" Ling Xiao waved his hand, and the Silver Moon Greedy Wolf was forcefully pulled back. "Brat, if it doesn't die, you will die. If you die, it will still die." The 100 Insects Demon King's eyes were red like the compound eyes of a fly. It looked a little disgusting. Ling Xiao gave the Silver Moon Greedy Wolf another healing medicine, then looked coldly at the 100 Insects Demon King and said, "Since you want to die so much, I'll fulfill your wish." "Ha ha ha ha. You think you still have the strength to fight to the death with this king? How foolish!" The 100 Insects Demon King laughed loudly, very pleased with himself. Ling Xiao had only been able to injure him up to this point because he had used some tricks. However, her laughter came to an abrupt end in the next moment. The immortal, true, sunlight, radiant sword disappeared. Then, the divine sword of light returned to its original state. The powerful, immortal sword, Intent, disappeared. In its place was a terrifying destruction sword, Intent. Of course, this was not what the 100 Insects Demon King was afraid of. What the 100 Insects Demon King was afraid of was a terrifying destruction battle Intent. This battle Intent was blazing and crazy. Even if he only released a little of it, it was enough to make people tremble in fear. "Boy, what are you doing? Are you crazy? How dare you directly use the ancient golden crow's fighting spirit?" The 100 Insects Demon King's eyesight was naturally not bad. What Ling Xiao was releasing was indeed the fighting spirit of the primordial golden crow. Behind him, a gigantic golden crow hovered in the air. It was even more dazzling than the red sun in the sky. Destruction, hatred, madness. It should be noted that although the ancient gold crow had helped the human emperor fight against the sky devils in the ancient times, it was still an extremely ferocious beast. It was rumored that the crimson sun of the profound world was transformed from the golden crow. If it wanted to, it could destroy everything in the profound world. The ferocity of this primordial golden crow was no less than that of Tao Tai. "Are you crazy?" "That's right, I am indeed crazy. against an expert like you. This is the only way I can protect myself and the Silver Moon greedy wolf." In truth, Ling Xiao was not crazy. He naturally had his reasons for doing so, because he had discovered a problem in the previous battle. It was very difficult for him to mobilize the primordial golden crow's fighting spirit during normal cultivation. Moreover, it was very slow to do so. However, it was different in battle. Releasing the primordial golden crow's fighting spirit and fusing it into his sword intent was very dangerous. There was even a chance that the fighting spirit would backfire on him. However, it was definitely worth taking a risk. This could greatly increase the speed of fusing with the primordial golden crow's fighting spirit. To him, the significance was far greater than just sitting there and cultivating. He was a very calm person, but sometimes he liked to take risks. The key was whether it was worth it or not. The Silver Moon greedy wolf looked at Ling Xiao with astonishment and gratitude in its eyes. It knew very well that if Ling Xiao wanted to escape, he could have done so just now. The reason he did not escape was to save it. Such a person would definitely choose a good woman. This time, it might have chosen the right master. Tears actually dripped from the wolf's eyes. It stood up and wanted to fight side by side with Ling Xiao. "Silver Moon, don't get involved in the following battle. This power is just as she said. Even I can't control it. If I lose control, just run." Ling Xiao meant what he said. Although releasing a large amount of the primordial golden crow's fighting spirit during battle could allow him to absorb that power faster. However, at the same time, he could be swallowed by that power. The primordial golden crow's fighting spirit had its own will. When Ling Xiao released the fighting spirit, he could feel that the fighting spirit wanted to swallow his soul and take over his body. Of course, Ling Xiao had already predicted all of this. Therefore, he did not panic. Instead, he dealt with it carefully. Terrifying flames surrounded Ling Xiao's body. The entire sky seemed to be completely swallowed by this red light. The flying beasts in the sky all avoided this place. A ship sailed past on the surface of the sea, with some martial artists on board. They looked at the sky in horror. Seeing this scene, all of them were dumbfounded. The primordial golden crow's fighting spirit was mixed with strong resentment and hatred. This was hatred towards Ji Chang, because Ji Chang used the immortal sword intent to seal it. If Ling Xiao wanted to completely control the primordial golden crow's fighting spirit, he had to first completely defeat this resentment and hatred. The reason why he chose the primordial golden crow and not the primordial celestial demon was because the primordial golden crow had worked together with a human king. Ling Xiao had the power of a human king in his body, which could suppress this fighting spirit to a greater extent. This kid is simply a madman. I better not get too close to him for the time being. After he burns himself from playing with fire, I'll go and seize the primordial golden crow. The 100 Insects Demon King retreated and then stood there motionless. She did not want to attack rashly because she was worried that the primordial golden crow would shift its hatred to her. Not only would that be equivalent to helping Ling Xiao, but it would also put her in trouble. She was not that stupid. Kid, you're really good at playing with fire. But perhaps it was too early for her to be happy. A treacherous smile flashed across the corners of Ling Xiao's eyes. Then the wings of light on his back flickered, and his figure instantly arrived beside the 100 Insects Demon King. With the primordial golden crow's fighting spirit, the wings of light were frighteningly fast and could already catch up with the 100 Insects Demon King. Kill! Ling Xiao stabbed out with the sword of light destruction in his hand. Since his opponent did not attack, he would force her to attack. In this way, he could use the power of the 100 Insects Demon King to suppress the primordial golden crow's fighting spirit, making it easier to control it. The reason why he did not use the immortal sword was that the primordial golden crow's hatred for the immortal sword intent was too strong. There was no way to divert it. Damn kid! The 100 Insects Demon King was furious, but she had no choice but to attack. This was because Ling Xiao's speed was not inferior to hers. If she did not attack, she would be at the mercy of others. How could she tolerate that? Chapter 1474. The 100 Insects Demon King didn't want to attack Ling Xiao right now, but Ling Xiao's sudden attack forced her to take the offensive. The huge scorpion tail turned into a gust of wind and whizzed toward Ling Xiao. Under the sunlight, the green venom flickered with a faint glow. In just an instant, the huge scorpion tail arrived in front of Ling Xiao. The corner of Ling Xiao's mouth raised into a sneer. In that instant, the terrifying golden crow's fighting spirit was released in large quantities. I'll let you dogs bite each other, while I reap the benefits of the fisherman. With a sneer, rumbling sounds of thunder and fire were heard from his body. Then, flames rolled and radiated in all directions. Terrifying resentment and hatred rushed toward the huge scorpion tail. Of course, this fighting spirit wouldn't let the 100 Insects Demon King kill Ling Xiao, because it also had its eyes on Ling Xiao's body. If it wanted to take over this body, what it needed was a complete body, not a broken one. The terrifying fighting spirit overturned the huge scorpion tail, and then poured into the 100 Insects Demon King's spirit realm. The 100 Insects Demon King retreated in alarm. In that instant, she felt her soul being suppressed by that terrifying fighting spirit. It was too terrifying, as expected of an ancient ferocious beast. That resentment and hatred was enough to overturn her soul. It's about time. Fuse. Ling Xiao smiled. Although the Golden Crow's fighting spirit had suppressed the 100 Insects Demon King, it was also greatly weakened by the 100 Insects Demon King's soul force. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to release his soul force and the powerful immortal sword intent, and began to suppress the 20% of the Golden Crow's fighting spirit. If he could completely fuse and absorb this Golden Crow's fighting spirit, his strength would probably rise again. Even if his cultivation couldn't rise, his light profound would definitely be greatly improved. Moreover, the powerful will of destruction contained in the Golden Crow's fighting spirit could also be used to increase the might of his destruction sword intent. Perhaps he could even comprehend a new move of the profound meaning of light. Of course, all of this had to wait until he completely suppressed this terrifying battle intent. Otherwise, once he suffered a backlash, he would not be able to think about anything else. At that moment, Ling Xiao's body violently trembled, his face incomparably pale. His entire body was enveloped by the terrifying flames. The 100 Insects Demon King was hiding in the distance. He wanted to attack, but didn't dare to. He was momentarily hesitant. All right, the stronger you are, the more I like it. The more powerful the Golden Crow fighting spirit was, the more powerful Ling Xiao would be after fusing with it. Therefore, he was very excited. At this moment, his soul realm was filled with turbulent waves as a spiritual domain battle was unfolding. Ling Xiao could even be defeated by the Golden Crow's fighting spirit at any moment, and then his body would be completely occupied, and his soul would be completely incinerated. At that time, he would cease to exist. At most, it was just a shell. How could Ling Xiao accept such an outcome? The Tai Chi eye spun wildly. The tri-leaf demon eyes had also been opened. Ling Xiao's current willpower was incomparably firm. No matter how the Golden Crow fighting spirit attacked his soul realm, it was like a clay ox entering the sea, without any effect. That terrifying Golden Crow fighting spirit seemed to be somewhat annoyed. Since it couldn't control Ling Xiao, it wanted to completely destroy Ling Xiao's body. At that moment, Ling Xiao felt as if his body had been thrown into a scalding fire. That kind of pain made him want to die. Of course, this was also the result that the Golden Crow fighting spirit wanted the most. A mere beast actually wants to make me bow my head? Dream on. Boom. The red sun behind Ling Xiao suddenly became huge, and its light became even more dazzling. A large amount of the Golden Crow's flames were swallowed and absorbed by the red sun, transforming into Ling Xiao's own strength. Playing with fire in front of me, you've really picked the wrong target. Ling Xiao was now most proficient in the light and shadow profound meaning. The power of light represented the extreme temperature, which was even more terrifying than flames. Completely destroy it, Golden Crow fighting spirit. The crazy immortal sword intent spilled out and began to destroy the consciousness of the Golden Crow fighting spirit. Ling Xiao didn't need this fighting spirit to have its own consciousness. What he wanted was an obedient fighting spirit that could completely integrate into his own fighting spirit. Boom! After a loud sound, Ling Xiao's body was charred black, and he seemed to be seriously injured. However, there was an excited smile on his face. 20% of the Golden Crow fighting spirit had been completely transformed into his own strength. His cultivation had risen to the peak of the 5th Grotto Heaven realm, and he was actually close to another breakthrough. At the same time, his sword intent had also reached the peak of the Greater Mastery, and was only one step away from perfection. Not only that, but the 10th light profound meaning, the divine sword of light, had also made another breakthrough due to the transformation of the Golden Crow fighting spirit. The true sun transformation had evolved to the pure sun transformation. The 9 changes of the Crimson Sun had been upgraded to the 5th change. Not only that, Ling Xiao seemed to have comprehended a move of the 11th light profound meaning in a hazy state. The name of this move was the Immemorial Golden Crow. Although this was only a hazy concept that had not yet fully matured, it was still a vague concept. However, for Ling Xiao, it was already a huge improvement. There were a total of 15 profound meanings in the light and shadow profound meaning. Currently, he was a little stagnant after comprehending the 10th profound meaning. This time, there was finally a change. This was really lucky for him. It should be noted that he had only absorbed 30% of the immemorial Golden Crow fighting spirit. Previously, he had absorbed 10%, and now he had absorbed 20%. It was really hard to imagine how far his light profound meaning would advance if he completely integrated the Golden Crow fighting spirit. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't dare to release so much of the Golden Crow fighting spirit at once, because if he did, he was afraid that he would really be devoured by the Golden Crow fighting spirit, and then become a body controlled by the Golden Crow fighting spirit. Behind Ling Xiao, the golden immemorial Golden Crow became clearer. The 100 Insects Demon King looked at all this vigilantly, and her face didn't look good. Even though the Golden Crow's battle intent had already subsided, Ling Xiao gave her the feeling that he had become much more powerful. Was this kid still human? Do you still want to fight? Ling Xiao looked at the 100 Insects Demon King. At this time, facing the 100 Insects Demon King, he didn't show the slightest fear. He even looked forward to it, because the fight between him and the 100 Insects Demon King could help him continue to fuse the Golden Crow fighting spirit. This was definitely a rare opportunity for him. If he missed it, it would be gone. The 100 Insects Demon King's eyes revealed a greedy light. The immemorial Golden Crow's fighting spirit was really too powerful. If she had it, she would be able to recover her cultivation faster and reach the strongest level in the past. At that time, she would regain the glory of the true demon's empire. Thinking of this, she looked at Ling Xiao with more killing intent. If you want to kill me, then come. I'll give you a chance. Ling Xiao's voice was like a demon tempting an ignorant little girl. However, The 100 Insects Demon King definitely wouldn't run away because of her greed, even if she knew that Ling Xiao was deliberately tempting her to attack. She still wanted to attack. Chapter 1475. Isn't it easy to die? The 100 Insects Demon King brandished his massive scorpion tail, but he did not choose to attack directly. Instead, he shot out one poisonous light after another. Each of them was very fast and came from very tricky angles. You're afraid. Ling Xiao gave the 100 Insects Demon King a contemptuous glance. If his opponent was not afraid, he would not have chosen to attack from such a distance. He raised his hand slightly. The sword of annihilation in his hand made a strange gesture. Third profound meaning of light. Golden crow ascending the sun. This was a profound meaning move that Ling Xiao had comprehended long ago. However, he had rarely used it recently because the power of this move was somewhat lacking. But today, he used it because this move had been reborn. The fighting intent of the immemorial Golden Crow was too compatible with the concept of this move. Coupled with the sword of annihilation in his hand, even Ling Xiao himself did not know how powerful it would be. The sword slowly swung in his hand. For a moment, the clouds of fire in the sky roiled and space trembled. On the surface of the sea, waves rolled and gales rose. The ship that had been watching from below had already hurriedly sailed into the distance. This battle was too terrifying. The entire sky seemed to have turned into a sea of fire. The sky is burning. The martial artists on the ship cried out in alarm. Just what level is that martial artist at? How could he unleash such a terrifying attack? He's at least a Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. Stop watching and run for your life. When immortals fight, mortals suffer. There's no point in watching such a show. Be careful not to lose your little life in the end. The martial artists on the ship urged the boatmen to speed up and sail into the distance amidst the gales. However, the roiling red clouds in the sky were still frightening. Ling Xiao lightly swung the sword in his hand, and the clouds of fire in the sky roiled. 100 Insects Demon King, let's see who will die today. Golden Crow ascending the sun. A cold voice came from Ling Xiao's mouth. The sword of annihilation in his hand slashed down. The clouds of fire in the sky condensed into a massive golden crow, which then pounced at the 100 Insects Demon King with a world-destroying momentum. Frenzied fighting intent. Tyrannical fighting intent. The fighting spirit of hatred. This sword could be said to be Ling Xiao's strongest sword move, without fully exposing his tyrannical martial spirit. What a boring trick. The 100 Insects Demon King coldly snorted. However, although he said that, his body obediently retreated into the distance. At the same time, she wrote an inscription on the jade tablet in her hand with her blood. Secret technique. 100 Worm Cave. As she roared, a huge black hole appeared in the sky. Then, countless insects flew out from inside. Flies, moths, mosquitoes, dragonflies, and so on. Densely packed, they blotted out the sky and covered the sun. In front of the 100 Bugs Demon King, they formed layers upon layers of tough defenses. Boom! The flames finally rushed over. Then, the air was filled with a burnt smell. Countless insects were burned to ashes in an instant, and all kinds of smells filled the air. But this was not the end. The terrifying flames continued to attack, and countless insects continued to die, one after the other. The 100 Bugs Demon King, who was hiding in the distance, looked at this scene in horror. She wondered if she would be instantly burnt to a crisp if she was the one who was hit by this attack. Ling Xiao's strength was really stronger than before. What she did not realize was that her battle with Ling Xiao had lasted for nearly an hour. The injuries in her body had seriously affected her performance. Even if she merged with the scorpion, her injuries could not be healed. Now, not only was she unable to display more strength, but she was also getting weaker. The 8th Grotto Heaven Realm. This is the strength you can display now. Ling Xiao saw through the mystery with his words. His Tai Chi I had already seen through the 100 Bugs Demon King. So what? You're only at the 5th Grotto Heaven Realm. What can you do to me? The 100 Bugs Demon King sneered. She did not intend to wait, because the longer she delayed, the lower her advantage would be. If this continued, the one who would be killed in the end would not be Ling Xiao, but her. A frenzied battle intent burst out from her body. This time, she intended to go all out. She would kill Ling Xiao even if she was injured. As long as Ling Xiao was dead, the battle intent of the immemorial Golden Crow would be hers. Retreat. Ling Xiao withdrew his sword and suddenly retreated. His strongest attack had failed to kill the 100 Bugs Demon King, but this did not discourage him in the slightest. The expression on his face was still as calm as ever. It was as if everything was still under his control. His body retreated to the flywheel ship standing next to the Silver Moon Greedy Wolf. The 100 Bugs Demon King did not suspect anything. On the contrary, she felt that since Ling Xiao's strongest attack had failed to injure her, her chances of victory should still be very high. Her body approached Ling Xiao at an extremely fast speed, and her huge scorpion tail and snake hair attacked at the same time. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Myriad Beasts Blood Refining Formation. Release! Ling Xiao had long expected that someone would chase after him. He did not know whether this person was the 100 Bugs Demon King, but he was certain that she was an expert. Therefore, on the flywheel ship, he used the beast souls that had died in the primitive jungle to arrange a powerful Myriad Beasts Blood Refining Formation. In order to let the formation display its power to the most critical moment, he had not activated it. Damn it! How do you know the Myriad Beasts Blood Refining Formation of the vicious Beast Demon King? At that moment, the 100 Bugs Demon King revealed an extremely frightened expression. Countless beast souls turned into specters that tightly bound her, binding her to the flywheel ship. No, the 100 Bugs Demon King let out an incredulous roar. At this moment, she was finally frightened. However, Ling Xiao would not give her the chance to break free from the formation, and once again swung the Sword of Annihilation. Die! At a distance of only 4 or 5 meters, the Sword of Annihilation almost instantly reached the 100 Bugs Demon King's body. Between heaven and earth, fiery clouds rolled, and the Golden Crow cried. Hateful! At that moment, the 100 Bugs Demon King realized that she had miscalculated. Ling Xiao did not only possess strength on the surface. This guy had many miraculous pills that he could take when injured or poisoned. This way, her poison would lose its effect. This guy also knew many formations, especially the powerful Myriad Beasts Blood Refining Formation. If a formation was set up in advance, its power would be terrifying. Many formation masters were able to kill people above their level because their formations were sufficiently terrifying. Yin-yang reversal. Lend me the power of the Yellow Springs and offer me 100 years of my life. Facing death, the 100 Bugs Demon King used a special technique that only Yin-yang realm martial artists could use. Yin-yang reversal. It was rumored that once a martial artist cultivated to the Yin-yang realm, they could communicate with the underworld and make transactions with hell. With each increase in cultivation, there would be more things to trade. Although the 100 Bugs Demon King could only use the strength of an 8th Grotto Heaven realm, her cultivation was truly at the 5th level of the Yin-yang realm. Her transaction this time was to use 100 years of her life in exchange for a moment of strength. Chapter 1476. At that moment, Ling Xiao felt as if the 100 Insects Demon King had aged a lot. Although the 100 Insects Demon King was an existence from tens of thousands of years ago, she had not lived until now. She had reincarnated for some reason. It was very likely that the 100 Insects Demon King, like the other demon kings, had cultivated to the rebirth realm or even higher. That was why she could do this. After coming back to life, she had to cultivate from the beginning. Generally speaking, the sea race lived longer than humans, but they were only about 200 years old. The heaven realm could increase one's lifespan by 10 to 20 years. The grotto heaven realm could increase one's lifespan by 50 years. The yin-yang realm could increase one's lifespan by 100 years. In that case, she only had 300 years of lifespan. She had probably cultivated on the sacred dynasty's immortal island for close to 200 years. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult for her to reach the fifth layer of the yin-yang realm. After all, the mountain river martial soul had not reappeared at that time. The sealed world's cultivators generally cultivated slowly. Even the immortal Lyceum could not change this. Therefore, it was very difficult for cultivators to reach the yin-yang realm at that time. However, after the mountain river martial soul reappeared, the situation was very different. This was also why geniuses had appeared in large numbers recently, and all of them had cultivated at an astonishing speed. In order to block Ling Xiao's attack, the 100 Insects Demon King had consumed another 100 years of her lifespan. She probably only had a few decades left, or even a dozen years left. Therefore, it was normal for her face to become older. The old 100 Insects Demon King's eyes were full of anger. She roared and stabbed the serpent sword in her hand at Ling Xiao. The sword light was treacherous and powerful. At the same time, the scorpion tail and snake hair attacked Ling Xiao. She had no time to waste. Only she knew how dangerous her current situation was. She would not do something like the yin-yang reversal unless she had no other choice. However, Ling Xiao had forced her to use this extremely dangerous secret technique. Damn it! Ling Xiao looked at the 100 Insects Demon King with determination in his eyes. He released the huge golden crow sword chi without holding back. Rumble! The golden crow sword chi blocked the 3 attacks of the 100 Insects Demon King. Torrential flames and glaring radiance constantly released scorching energy, as if wanting to completely incinerate the opponent. Finally, the power was released at a certain moment. Ling Xiao's body was sent flying for several hundred meters before coming to a stop. The 100 Insects Demon King was even more miserable because of the myriad beast blood refining formation. Even if she borrowed the power of the Yellow Spring, she still couldn't completely block Ling Xiao's attack. Her body was burned and covered in wounds. He was battered and exhausted. Because of this attack, she was lucky enough to escape from the myriad beast blood refining formation. However, she hovered in midair and did not attack again. Ling Xiao was too cunning. He could not use common sense to deal with this kid. Otherwise, he would definitely suffer again. She was surprised, but in fact, Ling Xiao felt even more regretful. Yin-yang realm cultivation is too terrifying. He was clearly in a situation of certain death, but he still managed to find a chance. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The reversal of yin and yang was simply a creation of heaven and earth. It was too heaven-defying. Although he had to pay a huge price, this move could really save his life in a situation where he was sure to die. Of course, Ling Xiao also understood that the reason he couldn't kill the 100 Insects Demon King was not only because the Demon King was powerful, but also because he wasn't strong enough. If he was also a yin-yang realm expert, even if the 100 Insects Demon King used yin-yang reversal, that attack would have killed him. What a pity! The Silver Moon Greedy Wolf was so shocked that it couldn't describe its emotions with words. It really didn't expect to put the 100 Insects Demon King in such a sorry state. Although it really wanted the 100 Insects Demon King to die, there was still a huge difference in strength between Ling Xiao and the 100 Insects Demon King. It thought that it was already very lucky to escape the 100 Insects Demon King's pursuit. However, This scene really made it very excited. It let out a deep roar. Do you want to fight with me? All right, I'll be a knight for once. Ling Xiao didn't refuse the Silver Moon greedy wolf's good intentions and jumped onto its back. Aura fusion. Aura fusion wasn't the same as body fusion, but it could still give Ling Xiao great benefits, allowing him to display strength greater than his own cultivation base. Why did so many warriors like to fight riding beasts? It was because 1 + 1 wasn't simply equal to 2. If that was the case, it would be better to fight separately. After riding, the aura of both sides would fuse, and their strength would increase. The mount would focus on movement. The knight would focus on battle. The fighting strength it could display was much greater than before. Ling Xiao didn't do this before because he couldn't completely trust the Silver Moon greedy wolf. However, it was different now. He just saw that the Silver Moon greedy wolf was willing to risk its life to fight for him. If he didn't trust such a guy, who else could he trust? Kill. Since the 100 Insects Demon King wasn't willing to escape or attack, Ling Xiao chose to take the initiative to attack. The Silver Moon greedy wolf was faster than him. He could completely ignore movement and focus on attacking. This way, his strength wouldn't be scattered, and he could even borrow the Silver Moon greedy wolf's strength. The fighting strength he could display was on a higher level than before. In the sky, fiery clouds rolled. He was like an ancient Silver Moon Knight riding the moonlight to kill his enemy. As he charged, powerful strength constantly gathered on the sword in his hand. The power continued to increase. The 100 Insects Demon King stared at Ling Xiao, the hatred in its eyes growing stronger. After its resurrection, it had raised its cultivation base to the 5th level of the Yin-Yang realm with great difficulty. It had thought that it could conquer the world and restore the glory of the true demon empire. However, today, it had fallen at the hands of a young human. Not only did it feel great humiliation, it also felt an indescribable hatred. I'll destroy you. Hatred finally blinded its eyes. She wanted to use 100 years of her lifespan to exchange for this powerful strength to kill Ling Xiao. She withdrew the fusion with the scorpion and let out a crazy roar. Her body was surrounded by a dense swarm of poisonous bees. A crazy demonic wind swept out, accompanied by a terrifying buzzing sound, and attacked Ling Xiao. Boom! A terrifying collision began in the sky. At that moment, it seemed like the sky was about to be torn apart. The mystic world's laws seemed to be collapsing because of this. This guy doesn't seem to be purely borrowing strength. Her strength has increased again. It seems that the 100 years of her lifespan wasn't wasted. Ling Xiao originally thought that he and the Silver Moon greedy wolf would be able to easily kill the 100 Insects Demon King. However, he was wrong. The 100 Insects Demon King's strength was close to the Yin-Yang realm again. Fortunately, it hadn't reached the Yin-Yang realm directly. Otherwise, there would be no way to play. Chapter 1477. Ling Xiao clearly knew little about Yin-Yang realm experts, so the 100 Insects Demon King's sudden outburst caught him off guard. But now that things had developed to this point, there was no turning back. He couldn't retreat, even if he wanted to. Fortunately, he wasn't completely desperate. It wasn't impossible to kill the 100 Insects Demon King, but perhaps he would have to take another risk. Die! 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 The 100 Insects Demon King's eyes were full of hatred. She had already lost her mind. Ling Xiao had caused her to be in such a miserable state, which had never happened before. Even when the true demon empire declared war on the entire mystic world, she hadn't been in such a miserable state. Ling Xiao had become her #1 enemy. Her anger couldn't be quelled without killing him. Retreat. Ling Xiao knew that he couldn't fight the 100 Insects Demon King head-on. She was too strong, but the borrowed power was limited and would definitely disappear at some point. His Tai Chi eye had accurately captured this point. So what he needed to do now was to use all kinds of techniques to stall for time and drag the 100 Insects Demon King to death. The 100 Insects Demon King obviously knew the trouble she was facing, so she was even more anxious to kill Ling Xiao. She raised her speed to the extreme, and a sky full of poisonous bees pounced on Ling Xiao, while her figure suddenly disappeared. Ling Xiao could avoid the poisonous bees, but he couldn't avoid the 100 Insects Demon King's surprise attack. The 100 Insects Demon King was even faster than him, and the Silver Moon Greedy Wolf combined. In an instant, she was in front of him. This time, the 100 Insects Demon King didn't use the Great Serpent Sword, but grabbed at Ling Xiao with her bare hands. Her hand was covered in countless poisonous insects. If she really hit Ling Xiao, those poisonous insects would instantly invade Ling Xiao's body and eat Ling Xiao until he was skin and bones. 3-leaf demonic pupils. Summon Bronze Troll. With the 3-leaf demonic pupils, he could communicate with other realms, but Ling Xiao hadn't fully grasped this ability. He hastily summoned the Bronze Troll just to block the 100 Insects Demon King's attack. Kaboom! It was only for a moment. The gigantic bronze ogre was struck by the 100 Insects Demon King, and it instantly decayed and disappeared. Oh my God, this is too scary. Seeing this scene, Ling Xiao could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. If it had hit him, he would have been in a worse state than the bronze trolls. Eye of the Divine Tomb, open! In the next moment, Ling Xiao opened the eye of the Divine Tomb, and the dark door to the Divine Tomb opened. A skeleton warrior drilled out from within. Perhaps it was due to the increase in Ling Xiao's cultivation and his mastery of the Shadow Profound, but the skeleton warrior's originally pale white bones had now turned golden. His body also seemed to have become stronger. His entire body was wrapped in hard armor, and he was still holding a long spear in his hand. His cold eyes flickered with a cold blue flame. Clang! The spear and the 100 Insects Demon King's hand collided once more. The skeleton warrior let out an angry roar, and the hellfire of death wrapped around its long spear. Facing the 100 Insects Demon King, he had only taken a single step back. This skeleton warrior was simply too powerful. It was also one of Ling Xiao's most important trump cards. This was because it was formed entirely from Ling Xiao's soul force. The stronger Ling Xiao's soul force was, the stronger it would be. Ling Xiao's soul force was now comparable to a 10th Grotto Heaven realm expert. Therefore, this skeleton warrior could naturally erupt with the strength of a 10th Grotto Heaven realm expert. But for Ling Xiao, the consumption was a little too great. He even felt a little dizzy. This was also the reason why he was not too willing to use this move. It was simply too painful. But even after using the Eye of the Divine Tomb, the battle situation was still not optimistic. After resisting for a while, the skeleton warrior was covered in insects that were constantly gushing out from the 100 Insects Demon King's body, and then its joints became unable to move. Seeing this, Ling Xiao knew that things were not good. Damn it, I might as well go all the way. Rumble! Suddenly, the huge golden crow behind Ling Xiao became even more real. The immemorial golden crow battle intent in his body also began to emerge again. Since he was going to fight, he might as well fight to the end. Ling Xiao was not afraid. He extracted another 10% of the immemorial golden crow battle intent from his body. This battle intent rose to 40%, almost reaching the halfway mark. The terrifying power was simply shocking. This guy is really crazy. The 100 Insects Demon King, who was originally in a frenzy, was really frightened by this scene. This kid did not hesitate to take such a big risk to release 40% of the Golden Crow battle intent in order to kill her. Was he really not afraid of the backlash? Ling Xiao was of course afraid. It was really risky for him to do this before he had completely transformed the golden crow fighting spirit into his own sword intent. But he had no other choice. If he did not do this, he would definitely be killed by the 100 Insects Demon King. This was a choice he had no choice but to make. This king does not believe that you can control 40% of the immemorial golden crow battle intent. The 100 Insects Demon King's eyes gradually turned cold. Ling Xiao, this guy was really strange. She really regretted not directly killing this kid back then. Now that she had fallen into such a state, it was too late for regrets. But how could she have known that Ling Xiao would be such a difficult guy to deal with? Not enough. Ling Xiao simply used another strand of the Human King's power. This left him with only one strand of the Human King's power left. But now it was necessary. To control the Golden Crow battle intent, the Human King's power was necessary. Again, another 10% of the Golden Crow battle intent was released. 50%. The whole thing was half of the immemorial Golden Crow battle intent. When this 50% battle intent was completely released, the sky where Ling Xiao was completely turned golden, and the clouds seemed to be burning, becoming bright red. Damn it, this guy is really crazy. At this time, Ling Xiao's eyes could no longer see the Taiji eye and the three-leaf demonic pupil. The skeleton warrior was thus forcibly sent back. His eyes were completely filled with golden light, as if he was about to be controlled by the immemorial Golden Crow. But regardless of whether Ling Xiao was controlled or not, the 100 Insects Demon King chose to retreat. Between heaven and earth, there was a completely destructive intent. The blazing temperature roasted the poisonous insects on her body to death. Madman, this king will definitely take revenge. The 100 Insects Demon King finally couldn't resist the terrifying pressure and turned to flee. Ling Xiao suddenly let out a painful cry. Golden light shot out from his 7 apertures, as if he could explode at any time. Ling Xiao, are you okay? The Silver Moon greedy wolf looked at Ling Xiao anxiously. It was very clear that although the 100 Insects Demon King was scared away, Ling Xiao's current situation was very bad. 50% of the immemorial Golden Crow battle intent was not something he could control at the moment. His soul power was very strong, but the immemorial Golden Crow was an immemorial vicious beast. That fierce battle intent was enough to suppress his soul. At this time, Ling Xiao's soul realm was filled with a sea of fire, crazily roasting him. Chapter 1478. Silver Moon, take me to a place without sunlight. The darker, the better. Ling Xiao struggled to speak. Although he was being tortured, his willpower was very strong. It was like a lone city that had not fallen even though it was under constant attack. This was the steel-like willpower that his arduous cultivation journey had given him. How could he be so easily swallowed by the Golden Crow fighting spirit? How about the bottom of the sea? The Silver Moon greedy wolf looked around and suddenly looked at the stormy ocean beneath its feet. Yes, a Grotto Heaven realm martial artist had no problem surviving at the bottom of the sea for a few days. After all, he could already create his own Grotto Heaven realm, which was equivalent to creating a separate space. As long as it wasn't too long. The Silver Moon greedy wolf didn't dare to stay. It picked up Ling Xiao and dived into the stormy ocean. It found a pitch-black place a few hundred meters below the sea. There wasn't even a trace of light. The Golden Crow fighting spirit was clearly weakened and suppressed. Immemorial heavenly demon fighting spirit, come out. Ling Xiao had a very bold idea. He wanted to fight poison with poison. Since both the Golden Crow and heavenly demon fighting spirits wanted to take over his body, he would let them fight it out. This way, he could reap the benefits. Of course, this idea was very risky, because there was another possibility. which was that the Golden Crow and heavenly demon fighting spirits would work together to destroy his consciousness and then fight for his body. Ling Xiao also thought of this, so he chose the safest method. That was to release the Gemini martial spirits, and then let his soul temporarily reside in the Gemini martial spirits. This way, his body would be a soulless shell. The Golden Crow fighting spirit and the heavenly demon fighting spirit could only fight each other and would not choose to attack him. After doing all this, Ling Xiao observed the battle between the Golden Crow and heavenly demon fighting spirits. Of course, he didn't dare to release too much at once. The Golden Crow fighting spirit was at 50%, and the heavenly demon fighting spirit was at 50% this time. This was more balanced. No matter who lost, they would become very weak. If he released too much at once, he was worried that such a battle would harm his body. This kind of compromise was naturally the best. What was that? On the Sacred Dynasty's Immortal Island, a group of martial artists were horrified to discover the Golden Crow's battle intent continuously expanding in the sky dozens of miles away, as well as the terrifying aura of the 100 Insects Demon King. The fiery clouds rolled, and the world seemed to be burning. Even though they were dozens of miles away, they could still feel it very clearly. Since none of them had obtained the heavenly devil fighting spirit or the Golden Crow fighting spirit, none of them were willing to leave easily. They were all resting on the Sacred Dynasty's Immortal Island. That was why they were fortunate enough to witness such a shocking scene. Golden Crow fighting spirit. Ancient Golden Crow battle intent. How could this be? Could it be that Ling Xiao had already controlled the powerful immemorial Golden Crow? Impossible. It's absolutely impossible. Some peerless expert must have captured Ling Xiao. Ji Ruolong looked at the fiery clouds rolling in the distance. He absolutely did not believe that this terrifying Golden Crow fighting spirit was under Ling Xiao's control. They were aware of Ling Xiao's strength. Although he was not weak, this Golden Crow fighting spirit, which was close to 50%, was not something that a Grotto Heaven realm martial artist could control. Of course, they did not know that Ling Xiao not only possessed extremely powerful soul power, but also the #1 martial soul in history, the tyrannical martial soul. Coupled with the power of the human king, he was able to temporarily suppress 50% of the Golden Crow fighting spirit. Although some people thought of Ling Xiao, they were unable to accept that Ling Xiao could control 50% of the Golden Crow fighting spirit. Who could have captured Ling Xiao? Could it be the Sea Race? Or the experts of other forces? Raven Queen asked with a frown. In this battle with the 100 Insects Demon King, she had been seriously injured and had lost many experts under her command. In particular, the deaths of the 7th and 6th malignant stars had made her the most unhappy. Who knows? That kid has offended many people. The Dark God Hall and the Water God Hall both have enmity with him. Although Ancestor Ice Phoenix wanted to laugh, his injuries made it look a little ugly. This old man wants to go take a look. What about you? Although Ji Ruolong did not believe that Ling Xiao was controlling the Golden Crow fighting spirit, he was cautious and decided to go take a look. More importantly, the 100 Insects Demon King's aura was still there. The 100 Insects Demon King had killed many of his Ji family's martial artists. If there was a chance, he could take revenge. Let's go together. If we encounter trouble, we can look after each other. To be inconsolable, suggested. The pressure that the 100 Insects Demon King gave them was too great, so none of them dared to rashly go alone. Okay. Therefore, everyone went one after another. When they had arrived, there had been thousands of people, but when they went to the place where the battle had erupted, only a few dozen people were left. All of this was because of Ling Xiao, except for Zhu Tianlin, Ancestor Everlasting Joy, and Zhou Yun, the rest of the people put their hatred on Ling Xiao. Zhu Tianlin had only brought a few martial artists from Canopy Immortal Island, and Zhou Yun had not brought a single disciple from Qingshu College. Therefore, the two of them had suffered few losses. Besides, attacking the 100 Insects Demon King was not because Ling Xiao had forced them, but because they had wanted to, for unreasonable people. Ling Xiao would naturally be regarded as the main culprit. But for the two of them, Ling Xiao was just a victim. Ji Ruolong and the others were just bullying the weak and fearing the strong. They were afraid that they were not the 100 Insects Demon King's match, so they could only put all their hatred on Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao was not to be trifled with. Ancestor Everlasting Joy's way of thinking was even more special. Those martial artists from Everlasting Joy Immortal Island, who had been killed by the 100 Insects Demon King, were sent by the other two to monitor him. He was very happy that they were dead. Ji Ruolong, to be inconsolable, Raven Queen, and Ancestor Ice Phoenix were the most furious. They had not gained any benefits from Ling Xiao, but had lost a large number of disciples and subordinates. How could they not be angry? However, when these people arrived at the scene aggressively, the battle had already ended. On the sea, a damaged flywheel ship had not sunk, showing how tragic the battle had been. The air was filled with a strong charred smell, as if it had been burned by a raging fire. The 100 Insects Demon King has escaped, and Ling Xiao's aura has disappeared. There is still a very powerful aura that does not belong to Ling Xiao or the 100 Insects Demon King. His cultivation is probably between the 7th and 8th Grotto Heaven realm. To be inconsolable closed her eyes and sensed for a while, then said, I suspect that this expert controlled 50% of the Golden Crow battle intent and drove the 100 Insects Demon King away, then kidnapped Ling Xiao. So, we have no way of taking revenge on that bastard Ling Xiao. Raven Queen said fiercely. She could not tolerate the fact that Ling Xiao was still alive in this world. The thought of that guy still alive made the wounds all over her body hurt, as if countless ants were biting them. Chapter 1479. He shouldn't be dead yet, but I hope he isn't. That way, when he returns to the Divine Phoenix capital, he'll find that his family and friends have all left him. To be inconsolable smiled and said, How about it, Ji Ruolong? Should we continue to work together this time? I heard that the Moon Maiden by Ling Xiao's side is very powerful. No problem. As long as we can kill Ling Xiao, I'm willing to pay any price. Ji Ruolong was furious that he couldn't obtain Ji Chang's immortal sword intent. Since he couldn't find Ling Xiao, he would vent his anger on Ling Xiao's family and friends. This was also a good choice. Zhou Yun's expression didn't look good. 2 of the 5 immortal islands wanted to find trouble with Ling Xiao. If the Black Crow Empire and the Ice Phoenix ancestor joined the fray, even the Moon Maiden would be in danger. What should he do? What would the Hidden Mountain Crown Prince choose? Everyone had their own thoughts and left one after another. The great farce of the Sacred Dynasty's immortal islands had finally come to an end. The 100 Insects Demon King's lifespan and cultivation had been greatly reduced. It would take a long time for him to recover. The Sacred Dynasty's immortal islands, the Permitha Immortal Islands, the Black Crow Empire, and the Ice Phoenix clan had also suffered heavy losses. A large number of elite disciples had been killed, and they had lost more than a little strength. Of course, the one who had suffered the most was the Black Crow Empire. Not only had the Raven Queen been seriously injured, but the 6th and 7th Fiend had also died tragically at Ling Xiao's hands. She had come for the Primordial Demon King and the Primordial Golden Crow, but ended up with nothing. One could imagine her anger. Of course, in terms of gains, the only one who had benefited from this farce was Ling Xiao. the Golden Crow battle intent, the Sky Demon battle intent, the Immortal Sword intent, the Black Fire Lotus, the Black Water Lake, and the descendants of the Silver Moon Greedy Wolf who had once fought alongside the Human King. All of these were his gains. What he needed to do now was to convert these into his own strength. No one knew that the series of events that had occurred on the Sacred Dynasty's Immortal Island might become the fuse that would cause the entire Divine Phoenix continent to fall into chaos. Several days later, in the middle of the pitch-black stormy ocean, a figure sat cross-legged. His body was a little strange. The other half was as black as ink, emitting a terrifying evil aura. The other half was dazzling and emitted a powerful aura of destruction. These two completely different powers actually coexisted harmoniously in this person's body. In front of this person, a huge Tai Chi disc appeared. Within Yin, there was Yang, and within Yang, there was Yin. Yin and Yang coexisted, growing and multiplying endlessly. A huge beast was crouching near this person, its body emitting a gentle moonlight. Its eyes looked around vigilantly, as if it was protecting this person. Suddenly, the Silver Moon Greedy Wolf stood up. He stared into the distance. Over there, a dot of light was rapidly moving towards them. Awu, the Silver Moon Greedy Wolf, let out a loud cry as if it was threatening the light. However, the other party didn't seem to have any intention of stopping, continuing to rush over at an extremely fast speed. Roar, the Silver Moon Greedy Wolf, was enraged. It finally pounced forward and tangled with the sea beast that dared to provoke it. It definitely wouldn't allow anything to disturb Ling Xiao's cultivation. At this moment, Ling Xiao slowly opened his eyes. The Tai Chi disc in front of him had disappeared. The black and white light on his body had also disappeared. Everything had returned to normal. However, his aura was clearly much stronger than before. Who would have thought that after this farce at the Sacred Dynasty's island, I would directly fuse with half of the Golden Crow battle intent and half of the Sky Demon battle intent, pushing my cultivation to the peak of the 7th Grotto Heaven realm. He could feel that there was a powerful battle intent in his body. HM? Ling Xiao turned his head to look. In the turbid seabed, not far away, the Silver Moon Greedy Wolf was fighting with a ferocious red crystal shark. The red crystal shark got its name because of the ruby-like thing on its forehead. This ruby-like red crystal could attract prey, and the red crystal shark would take the opportunity to kill it. This time, the red crystal shark had probably smelled the scent of blood on Ling Xiao's body, which was why it had come here. The Silver Moon Greedy Wolf definitely wouldn't let it succeed, so a battle was inevitable. However, in terms of strength, the Silver Moon Greedy Wolf was actually inferior to the red crystal shark. The red crystal shark was an 8th Grotto Heaven realm Grotto Heaven beast, while the Silver Moon Greedy Wolf was only 7th Grotto Heaven realm. However, during the battle, Ling Xiao discovered that not only was the Silver Moon Greedy Wolf not at a disadvantage, but it was also toying with the red crystal shark. Speed. The Silver Moon Greedy Wolf was able to do this by relying on its extremely fast speed. When moving, the Silver Moon Greedy Wolf was like a ray of moonlight at the bottom of the sea. It was impossible to capture its body. The red crystal shark's attacks were powerful, but it couldn't do anything to the Silver Moon Greedy Wolf. What was going on? Ling Xiao was confused. Logically speaking, the Silver Moon Greedy Wolf's speed should be hindered at the bottom of the sea. Its speed definitely couldn't be as fast as on land. But in reality, this hindrance was almost completely negligible. Light. Got it. Ling Xiao suddenly had a hint of epiphany. Light was something without a physical body, so when it moved, it basically wouldn't be hindered. Its speed wouldn't change at all unless it was blocked by something physical. But martial artists were physical bodies. In the process of flying, they would definitely encounter all sorts of resistance. friction with the air, obstruction from wind, and even obstruction from water, etc. Therefore, when flying, their speed would definitely be greatly reduced. Then what if the martial artist's body also became incorporeal like light? Wouldn't their speed be faster? Ling Xiao read a lot of books, so he also liked to think. When a person was alone, some bold thoughts would always appear in their mind. Among martial artists, this was probably regarded as perception. There would always be some people who saw the same thing, but comprehended it differently from others. They would always be a little more brilliant than others. Ling Xiao should belong to this kind of person. He could make good use of the mountain, river, martial soul. In the end, it couldn't be separated from his perception. But how did a person become incorporeal? Others couldn't do it, but Ling Xiao could. In the past, when he used flashlight godly traversal, he used his physical body to execute it. So the hindrance was definitely great. Because of this, in the previous battle, he actually lost to the Silver Moon Greedy Wolf in terms of speed. After that, because of his speed, he repeatedly suffered at the hands of the 100 Insects Demon King. Logically speaking, his speed should already be very fast, but Ling Xiao wasn't satisfied with this. What he wanted was unparalleled speed. So he had to be even faster. That way, he would be able to protect himself better and not be treated as a pushover. The fifth light profound, body of light. Chapter 1480. In the past, Ling Xiao had relied on body of light to avoid certain fatal attacks, but he had never thought that he could rely on body of light to increase his speed. Today, he planned to give it a try. Fourth profound meaning of light, godly light travel. With the two profound meanings superimposed, Ling Xiao's body suddenly turned into a beam of light, charging into the distance. Not like a beam of light, but a real beam of light. In the deep sea, his speed was not hindered at all, and he made a round trip in an instant. This was simply too fast. Although he could not attack in this state, being fast was enough. And if he wanted to attack, he had other methods. Understanding one, understanding all. Ling Xiao had always been a capable person who could draw inferences from one case. Through the battle with the Silver Moon Greedy Wolf, he understood that using godly light travel in the state of body of light could greatly increase his speed. Then what about using shadow step in the state of shadow body? The original shadow step could let Ling Xiao temporarily disappear from the enemy's sight, but he still existed. As long as the enemy's perception was strong enough, they could discover his existence. But now, the situation was completely different. He was no longer in human form, but a real shadow. Even if he was sensed, he was still just a shadow, and the enemy could not do anything to him. On the other hand, he could easily launch a sneak attack. After returning to his original body, Ling Xiao was filled with surprise. Although it wasn't an increase in combat strength or cultivation, this new understanding had given him a completely different combat strategy. It turned out that he had made a mistake all along. He only knew that profound meanings of the same stage could be fused into a new move. But he did not know that profound meanings of different stages could actually be superimposed. As long as they were well matched, they could even produce unexpected results. "Awoo!" The Silver Moon Greedy Wolf suddenly cried out. Ling Xiao turned his head and saw that the red crystal shark, because it could not attack the Silver Moon Greedy Wolf, was actually pouncing toward him. This guy also knew that the strong preyed on the weak. But was Ling Xiao really weak? The corners of his mouth curled up in a cold smile. There was still one more superposition that he had not tried. He would use this red crystal shark as an example. Ling Xiao looked at the red crystal shark, the fifth profound of light shadow, Taiji sword body, the fourth profound of light shadow evasion. Light shadow evasion itself had offensive power, but it wasn't strong enough. Its main use was the combination of light speed, godly movement, and shadow step, which allowed it to hide its tracks while moving at high speed. On the other hand, Tai Chi's sword body was a move with a powerful attacking power. In that instant, Ling Zhao's body transformed into the Taiji sword body formed from the power of light and shadow, erupting with a terrifying killing power. But it wasn't fast enough. Moreover, it wasn't hidden enough. What if the two were superimposed? Ling Zhao's lips curled into a cold smile. In the next moment, his figure suddenly disappeared. The red crystal shark that was pouncing over felt a huge threat. It actually turned around and tried to flee. "Since you're already here, why run away?" A cold voice rang out in the void. It was impossible to determine where it came from. Then, a sword light suddenly appeared in the pitch-black seabed. Coincidentally, it was in the belly of the red crystal shark. Chi-la, there was the sound of something being torn apart. The huge red crystal shark's body was cut in half, and its blood dyed the sea red. There was a price to pay for attacking him. It didn't matter if it was a warrior or a beast. Although the red crystal shark was an 8th Grotto Heaven realm beast, Ling Zhao's cultivation had already reached the 7th Grotto Heaven realm. It was relatively easy for him to defeat an existence that was a level higher than him. After all, whether it was inner strength, physical strength, moves, or combat skills, he was much stronger than his opponent. Woo-woo! The silver moon, greedy wolf, ran over and excitedly circled Ling Zhao a few times. It knew that Ling Zhao's speed was fast, but it had never seen a speed like today. In just a few days, this young man had surpassed it right under its nose. This made it, a primordial beast, feel very embarrassed. "Silver Moon, don't worry. This red crystal shark's corpse should be able to help you reach the 8th Grotto Heaven realm. I'll help you." Since they had already gone through a test of life and death, Ling Zhao had no reason to doubt the Silver Moon greedy wolf's loyalty. In a situation where he could increase its strength, he would do his best, because this way he would have another big helper. Woo-woo-woo! The Silver Moon greedy wolf excitedly licked Ling Zhao's hand. To it, the days under the 100 Insects Demon King were too miserable. Not only would the 100 Insects Demon King not help it increase its strength, he would even think of ways to suppress its strength. The reason was simple. That fellow was afraid that if its strength increased too quickly, it would betray her. How laughable! That old witch still didn't understand what it meant to put herself in someone else's shoes. Ling Zhao set up a refining formation around the red crystal shark's body. It was called the Star-Sucking Demon Formation. This kind of array formation could help martial artists absorb the energy of other martial artists or beasts more easily. "Silver Moon, stay there obediently. Everything I'm going to do is for your own good. If you feel uncomfortable, you have to endure it. Just trust me. If you can't do it, you can give up now. I don't want to give up halfway." Ling Zhao looked at the Silver Moon greedy wolf and said very seriously, "Woo-woo." The Silver Moon greedy wolf nodded and quietly lay there, ready to accept Ling Zhao's ritual. It couldn't be helped. Beasts couldn't cultivate on their own, nor did they have a cultivation method. Most beasts only had two ways to increase their strength. One of them was that he had swallowed other beasts or eaten some heavenly materials and earthly treasures. The second was to automatically absorb the essence of the sun and moon. But no matter which method it was, the effects were too slow, and the method was too primitive. Only with the help of a human alchemist would the beast's cultivation speed truly increase. It had to be said that the Silver Moon greedy wolf was very lucky. It had met Ling Zhao. He was both an alchemist, and both of them were of high quality. Lying there quietly, the Silver Moon greedy wolf suddenly felt its body expanding, as if it was about to explode. It wanted to jump up and run away, but in the end, it obediently lay there and endured the pain. It had chosen to trust Ling Zhao, so it had to persevere until the end. If it gave up halfway, perhaps Ling Xiao wouldn't help it like this in the future. Fortunately, the pain only lasted for less than a quarter of an hour. In the end, the red crystal shark's corpse was only a pile of waste. The true essence had been completely absorbed by the silver moon greedy wolf. The light on the silver moon greedy wolf's body was now even brighter. It broke through? Yes, it broke through. Through spiritual communication. Ling Xiao confirmed that the silver moon greedy wolf had broken through and heaved a sigh of relief. He had only done that as an experiment. Chapter 1481. Let's go. I wonder how Sister Yuenu and the others are doing. Ling Xiao had always been worried. Those people had suffered such a big loss. If they couldn't find him, would they find trouble with his family and friends? They might even choose to attack the Heavenly Empire. No matter which one it was, he couldn't accept it. So now he had to go back quickly. The northern desert city of the past was already deserted, but occasionally there would be a few passing cultivators resting here. Behind the northern desert city, the dense forest was once the best place to gather wood, fruits, and medicinal herbs that the people in the city needed. But now it was abandoned. Wild beasts and bandits would often appear here. At this moment, several figures were walking vigilantly in the forest. Their expressions were a little unsightly. Shangguan, do you think the Divine Phoenix Empire is deliberately messing with us? They actually made us come here to look for medicinal herbs? The dignified forest ocean city actually needs cultivators like us to get medicinal herbs? Long Chun turned his head and glanced at the cultivator beside him. This person had lost an arm, but his aura was still very strong. It's indeed a little strange. We just have to be careful. Shangguan Hong looked back at Hai Myung-ko, Lan Yu, Dai Yuling, Dai Yaoling, and Ing Wuya, who were following behind. They were all acquaintances, and they were all people who were close to Ling Xiao. No one would believe that there was no problem. Junior brother Ling went to the sacred dynasty's immortal island and hasn't returned yet. Could it be that he did something earth-shattering outside and angered the Ice Phoenix clan, so they treat us like this? Lan Yu frowned. It's fine if they only want us to come out and take a risk. What I'm most afraid of is that group of people working together with the Black Crow Empire to send us to our deaths like last time. That would be really dangerous. Hai Myung-ko participated in the last war, so she was very clear about the darkness of that war. If not for Ling Xiao, the final result of that war would have been the destruction of the northern desert city, the death of Jining, and the annihilation of the northern desert army. There was no other possibility. Flight attendant Ming, don't jinx it. Dai Yaoling stuck out her tongue and said, Jinx, but it doesn't matter. We are Ling Xiao's friends. We won't die so easily. Hai Myung-ko smiled. Now, she had completely recovered her cultivation and even made great progress. This was all thanks to the pills that Ling Xiao had given her. All of them had achieved breakthroughs in their cultivation. Originally, they didn't plan to come out at this time. They wanted to wait until after the Dragon Phoenix selection to reveal their strength. Who would have thought that the Emperor would order 50 disciples from Phoenix Academy and 10 from Qingshu College to participate in the trial in Linhai City, saying that pirates and bandits often appeared in the vicinity? After all, they were disciples of Qingshu College. Since they were called out by Zhou Yun, they naturally had to go. As for Cold Plum, she was also assigned a task alone. Except for Feng Minglian, almost all of the people who were related to Ling Xiao were sent out of Qingshu College. No one would believe that nothing would happen here. Be careful. Hide to the sides. Just as the few of them were moving forward, Long Chun suddenly shouted. As a member of the Dragon Clan, his perception was very strong. Other than Ling Xiao, he was probably the one with the most terrifying perception. As soon as he gave the order, The rest of the people dodged to the sides. Almost as soon as they dodged, a huge rock smashed into the place where they were standing just now. "Who are you? Come out. What kind of ability are you sneaking around?" Long Chun roared angrily. His voice was filled with powerful dragon power. Even if the other party refused to come out, they would probably be sent flying out. Smack! A person fell directly from the tree. Then there were 2, 3, 4. As many as dozens of people came out of the jungle, other than some of the celestial realm martial artists. There were 5 Grotto Heaven realm martial artists. The strongest one was a 5th Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. The weakest one was at the 9th heaven of the celestial realm. As soon as one of them came out, he pounced on the weakest Dai Yuling and Dai Yaoling. The 2 of them had just broken through to the Grotto Heaven realm and were only at the 1st Grotto Heaven realm. The one who pounced on them was a 3rd Grotto Heaven realm martial artist. He had 2 strange scimitars in his hands, which exuded a cold, killing intent. "I'll do it. Flight Attendant Ming, you and Shang Guanhong will be in charge of commanding." Long Chun knew very well that he was the strongest person here, and commanding wasn't his strong suit, so he could just leave the battle to him. Be careful. After cultivating together in Qingshu College for so long, everyone was very clear about Long Chen's strength. Among them, other than Cold Plum and Ling Xiao, Long Chun was the strongest. Not only was his physique frighteningly strong, but his talent was also terrifying. Therefore, Hai Miankeo only gave a warning and gave up on attacking. Instead, she looked at the people around them. A martial artist from the Black Crow Empire? Hai Miankeo frowned. She had a bad premonition, and her crow's beak was spot on. Roar! Long Chun let out a beast-like roar. Then, without using any moves, he threw a punch at the martial artist holding the scimitar. Seeing that the situation was bad, the martial artist hurriedly swung his scimitar to block. Boom! An extremely terrifying force instantly invaded his entire body. Then he felt as if his internal organs had been smashed. His body flew out limply and fell to the ground, motionless, dead. The surrounding martial artists from the Black Crow Empire felt a trace of fear. Everyone said that Ling Xiao was terrifying. This friend of Ling Xiao's was not to be trifled with. A martial artist at the 3rd Grotto Heaven realm was actually smashed to death by a single punch. This was too amazing. "Everyone, calm down. I'll deal with him. You guys wait for an opportunity to kill the others. We have dozens of people. We're not afraid that we can't kill these guys." The leading martial artist at the 5th Grotto Heaven realm spoke. Only then did the rest of the martial artists calm down. "Deal with me? Can you deal with me?" At this time, Hai Miankeo had already formed a battle formation with the rest of the people. She, Shang Guanhong, and Lan Yu, who were relatively stronger, stood outside. Dai Yaoling and Dai Yuling were in the middle to assist. Ing Wuya disappeared into the darkness and was in charge of sneak attacks. Long Chun was at the forefront of the battle formation. He looked at the leading martial artist with a domineering aura and revealed a cruel sneer. That expression was exactly like Ling Xiao's. This brat regarded Ling Xiao as an idol, so he imitated Ling Xiao's every move. Although it was impossible to be exactly the same, that kind of domineering aura should be there. After all, no matter what, he was the descendant of the Golden Dragon. The domineering aura of the Dragon Clan was genuine. "Now, tell me who you are and scram. Perhaps you can still keep your lives. Otherwise, all of you will die." Long Chen's voice was domineering, as expected of Ling Xiao's friend. "You're as arrogant and rude as that guy." The leading martial artist from the Black Crow Empire laughed coldly. Chapter 1482. The leader looked at Long Chen coldly and slowly said, "However, the heavens are benevolent, and our queen cherishes talents. If you agree to sever ties with Ling Xiao and join the Black Crow Empire, you will all be valued. I can guarantee that each and every one of you will be valued, and your lives will definitely be better than now." "I see. Looks like you were taught a lesson by my big brother Ling, so you came to vent your anger on us, right?" Long Chen sneered disdainfully and said, "I can answer you right now. You want us to sever ties with Big Brother Ling? Don't even think about it. Good brothers are for life. Not to mention that you don't have the ability to kill us. Even if you do, we can't do something like betraying our brothers." Yes, the others all had determined gazes. Even Ing Wuya had the same thought. No matter what grudges he had with Ling Xiao, after coming to the Divine Phoenix Empire, Ling Xiao had treated him well. He was a person who knew how to repay kindness. Even if he had to leave Ling Xiao's side, it would be when Ling Xiao was not in danger, and he would go out to explore alone. Now that Ling Xiao was in trouble, if he betrayed him, would he still be human? He would probably not even be as good as a few girls. "Stubborn things," the leader said coldly. The leading martial artist said coldly, "Do you really think Ling Xiao still has a chance to live?" This time, he caused a huge ruckus at the Sacred Dynasty Immortal Island and offended the Sacred Dynasty Immortal Island, Permitha Immortal Island, Black Crow Empire, and Ancestor Ice Phoenix. Even your Qingshu College's Dean, Zhou Yin, doesn't dare to protect him. Right, I almost forgot to tell you. That Moon Lady is probably surrounded by the Sacred Dynasty Immortal Island's Island Master, Permitha Immortal Island's Island Master, Raven Queen, Ancestor Ice Phoenix, Peacock Race's Patriarch, Great Rock Race's Patriarch, and Righteous Alliance's Alliance Master. No matter how strong she is, can she fight against so many people? And Cold Plum, if there are no accidents, she will definitely die at the hands of the Righteous Hall's experts. Everyone related to Ling Xiao must die. What? Hearing this, everyone could not help being surprised. Who would have thought that the other party would be so ruthless this time? Are you guys ready? Long Chen suddenly raised his head and looked at the people in front of him. A furious aura erupted from his body. Prepare for what? The leading Black Crow Empire martial practitioner did not understand the meaning behind Long Chen's words. Prepare to die. Long Chen did not turn around. He only shouted to the people behind him, "Pay attention to healing and support. I alone am enough to deal with these people. Save your strength. There will probably be more trouble later." Ha ha ha, that kid is crazy. That's right. Although he killed a third Grotto Heaven Realm cultivator, it's rare to see someone so arrogant. Since he wants to die so much, I'll kill him first. The leading warrior from the Black Crow Empire was furious. He had never been looked down upon like this before. A young man who looked like he was not even 17 years old dared to look down on him. He was really angry. Kill. A group of people rushed forward. A crazy killing intent rose on Long Chen's face. His body began to grow rapidly, golden dragon form. He had not done this for a long time, because Big Brother Ling had said not to reveal his identity as a dragon easily. But today he had no choice but to do so, because he was furious. There was actually someone so vicious that wanted to kill all of Ling Xiao's friends and family when Ling Xiao was not around. If he did not vent his anger, he would go crazy. Shang Guanhong, Hai Myung Ko, and the others were also seeing Long Chen in this form for the first time. They could not help but be stunned. Roar. The huge dragon's roar rang out in the dense forest. Then there was a series of horrifying screams. The leading warrior from the Black Crow Empire, who was at the 5th Grotto Heaven Realm, was slapped to death on the ground by Long Chen's claw. The battle ended in less than 10 minutes. All that was left was a ground full of corpses. "Let's go." Long Chen, who had returned to his human form, was panting slightly. However, he did not use much energy. With his strength, other than the fifth Grotto Heaven realm warrior, who was more difficult to deal with, the others were not a problem at all. Therefore, he took advantage of the moment when the other party was stunned to launch an attack and slapped him to death. The others naturally collapsed. "Where are we going?" Shang Guanhong asked. "Naturally, we're going to Lin Hai City to ask about it. We can't help with the Moon Lady, but Cold Plum was also in Lin Hai City previously and was given a special mission. Those guys in Lin Hai City definitely know about it." Long Chen replied, "That's right." Haim Miankeo also nodded and said, "But all of you should think about it carefully. This trip to Lin Hai City might not be able to return. Our lives were given by Ling Xiao. If we can't even protect Ling Xiao's woman, then we might as well quit." Shang Guanhong smiled. His life was given by Ling Xiao. Even his junior sister was saved by Ling Xiao. He, Shang Guanhong, had already given his life to Ling Xiao. As for the others, there was nothing much to say. They were all warriors who came from the Sky Dragon continent with Ling Xiao, so their relationship was deeper. "If that's the case, then let's go." The group quickened their pace and soon arrived outside Lin Hai City's gate. Lin Hai City was a new city built by the Divine Phoenix Empire in the northern region. Its scale was much larger than Northern Desert City, and its main purpose was naturally to safeguard the safety of the northern region. The current city lord of Lin Hai City was a capable general under the Emperor Phoenix, Cry Infinity. He was also one of the Divine Phoenix Empire's divine generals, the Black Fist Divine General. The Black Fist Divine General was from the Ice Phoenix clan. When he was born, his skin was dark. It was said that when he stood in a dark room, even his facial features could not be seen clearly. His teeth were very white. He had a majestic figure, and his combat strength was off the charts among the Divine Phoenix Empire's divine generals. His ranking was relatively high. At this moment, the Black Fist Divine General was standing on the city wall, looking down at Long Chen and the others with a cold gaze. "That bunch of trash from the Black Crow Empire can't even take care of a few little kids. Archers, get ready." He waved his hand, and the city walls were immediately filled with archers. All of them aimed their arrows with inscriptions at Long Chen and the others who were below the city. "Not good. Let's retreat further away." Long Chen frowned. The other party's arrows were all strengthened by arrays and were extremely powerful. Standing here, it was an arduous and unrewarding task. Everyone retreated. "It's too late. Shoot them." The Black Fist Divine General sneered and lowered his raised arm. Then a dense swarm of arrows flew towards Long Chen and the others like locusts. "Damn it, I'll block the attack. You guys retreat first. Where there's life, there's hope. We'll wait for Ling Xiao to return before we make a decision." Shang Guanhong roared and leaped into the air. A rainbow appeared in front of him, and the densely packed arrows collided with it, making crackling sounds. Dark red blood flowed from the corner of Shang Guanhong's mouth. There were too many arrows, and they were too powerful. He could block them for a while, but he could not block them forever. He turned around and looked at the backs of Long Chen and the others. He smiled. He smiled with relief. Chapter 1483. "Brother Ling, if I die here today, I'll be able to return the favor. It's a pity that I won't be able to fight alongside you in the future." Shang Guanhong smiled sadly. He knew that he would soon be shot into a porcupine and then die tragically here. Although he felt a little displeased, he didn't regret it. "Shang Guan, I'll help you." Shang Guanhong who was already prepared to accept death, smiled with relief. However, at this moment, Long Chen's voice sounded by his ear. "Damn brat, what are you doing here? Get lost." Shang Guanhong cursed. "Hee hee, I can't let you die like this, or Brother Ling will scold me to death." Long Chen chuckled and opened his mouth to roar angrily. The dragon's roar reverberated through the clouds, and those arrows actually shattered in the air. Added with the obstruction of the rainbow, they completely fell to the ground. "Let's go." Long Chen called out to Shang Guanhong, and then turned to flee. Since they couldn't enter the city, they had to think of another way. "Want to run?" On the city tower, the Black Fist godly general revealed a sinister smile. He took out his bow, and then fully pulled the bowstring and shot at the two of them. The two arrows shot out at the same time, and their power was much greater than those of the crossbowmen. "Oh no!" Shang Guanhong sensed that something was wrong, and hurriedly pushed Long Chen away. Meanwhile, he turned around and used all his strength to block these two terrifying arrows. "Hee hee, you're quite loyal, but unfortunately, can you block this godly general's arrows?" The Black Fist godly general laughed coldly, and then gave another order. "Open the city gates, cavalry, attack. We must kill all those traitors." Pung! The two arrows almost hit Shang Guanhong's rainbow bridge at the same time. In that instant, Shang Guanhong felt as if the world had been turned upside down, as if his whole body was about to be shattered by this terrifying power. "No, I can't block it. Damn it, Long Chen, hurry up and run, and find Ling Xiao. If I die today, avenge me, and take good care of my junior sister." An angry roar came out of Shang Guanhong's mouth. He used all his strength and released all his power. Although his body was still constantly retreating, he still couldn't let those two arrows pass through his defense. "Oh, I'm a little surprised, but can you block it once? Can you block it twice?" The Black Fist Divine General never expected Shang Guanhong to be able to block his sure kill strike. However, he quickly drew his bow again and shot 3 arrows at the same time. They headed for Shang Guanhong's upper, middle, and lower paths, respectively. F***CK. Looks like I'm really going to die here today. What a coward. Shang Guanhong cursed. He actually died at the hands of his own people. This feeling was really vexing. Even if he were to die on the battlefield, he would not feel so aggrieved. "Why are you in such a hurry?" "I haven't had enough of being your brother yet." Suddenly, a voice rang out in the sky. Everyone was shocked. The cavalrymen who rushed out of the city gate were also stunned. Bang! At that moment, a blade of light that resembled moonlight descended from the sky, striking away Divine General Black Fist's 3 arrows. Then a man and a beast appeared in the sky. It was a huge silver wolf that emitted gentle moonlight. Its eyes were filled with indifference and arrogance, and on its back sat a person. It was a young man who looked very young. Although he had sharp edges, he had the mellowness of a young man. A faint smile appeared on his face. This smile was naturally directed at Shang Guanhong. "Ling Xiao!" Shang Guanhong was so excited that his entire body was trembling. He flung away the 2 arrows and roared at the sky. "Ling Xiao! He's Ling Xiao?" This name was simply too famous in the Divine Phoenix Empire. Especially in the army, there was almost no one who did not know of him. Back then, he defeated more than 1 million enemies as the weak. Even now, no one had been able to surpass him. Many soldiers even idolized him and worshipped him. "Ling Xiao, you traitor, you actually dare to appear." On the city gate tower, the Black Fist Divine General looked coldly at the majestic young man in the sky. He looked a little nervous, but more than that, he was angry and displeased. This Ling Xiao had snatched away all the glory that belonged to him the moment he appeared. Ha! Shang Guanhong, do you want to leave me to die? That won't do. I haven't become good brothers with you yet. It had to be said that Ling Xiao's relationship with Shang Guanhong had deepened. The reason why he did not kill Shang Guanhong back then was because he appreciated his talent. Later, Shang Guanhong became enemies with the three phoenixes because of him. This could be considered as him treating Shang Guanhong as a friend. And this time, Shang Guanhong was actually willing to die for his friend. He had set his mind on this brother. That's great. Brother Ling, you're finally back. We thought something had happened to you. Long Chen's expression changed from incomparable sadness to extreme excitement. With Ling Zhao's appearance, all of them had a backbone. Hai Miang Ko, Lan Yu, Dai Yuling, Dai Yaoling, and Ing Wuya all walked over to greet Ling Xiao. Let's not catch up for now. Ling Xiao smiled. Then, his expression suddenly turned cold as he looked in the direction of Lin Hai City. Everyone, listen up. I, Ling Xiao, am Divine Phoenix Empire's Dragon King Tian. Now, someone wants to kill my brother. Those who are not willing to wallow in the mire, do not make a move. Otherwise, I won't be merciful. Ha ha ha, Ling Xiao, oh Ling Xiao. You probably don't know. The Emperor has already removed your title of Dragon King Tian. Since a few days ago, you've already been a fugitive pursued by the Divine Phoenix Empire. And you still dare to show off in front of me. Truly ignorant. The Black Fist General laughed out loud. Oh, did Feng Ming Wuliang give any reason? Ling Xiao asked. You actually dare to call His Majesty the Emperor's name. Simply audacious. Your title was originally bestowed by the Emperor. Do you still need any reason to take it away? What a joke. The Black Fist General said in disdain. Understood. In other words, Feng Ming Wuliang treated his words like a fart. This is the first time I've seen such a disrespectful emperor. Ling Xiao opened his mouth and revealed a strange smile. Even if I'm not Dragon King Tian, I'm still a disciple of Qingshu College and a hero of the Northern Desert War. What's the reason for you to casually attack my friends? Brother Ling, don't talk nonsense with them. I don't know what's wrong with these people. They said that they want to kill everyone related to you, including Her Highness Moon Maiden and Cold Plum. Longchen said anxiously. What? Ling Xiao originally planned to use a gentler method to solve the problem, but after hearing Long Chen's words, his expression changed completely. Where are they? Ling Xiao asked. Her Highness Moon Maiden's whereabouts are mysterious. We really don't know. However, Cold Plum came to Forest Ocean City with us. Then, she was given a mission alone. We don't know where she went. Hai Miang Ko replied. Chapter 1484. Looks like I can only ask them. Ling Xiao looked at Lin Haiqing and suddenly turned into a streak of light and darted over. The movement technique that he had just learned at the bottom of the stormy ocean not long ago was miraculously effective today. The Black Fist General did not have any time to react before he realized that his neck was being choked by someone's hand. It was too fast. It was like a ray of light that could not be blocked at all. There were still people near the Black Fist General who tried to save him, but a white figure flashed by, and 4 corpses were thrown to the ground. A huge silver wolf stood on top of the city gate tower, eyeing everyone covetously. What a terrifying beast! Where did Ling Xiao get such a powerful monster? It's over. The Black Fist General is not even a match for Ling Xiao. This is bad. No one dared to resist anymore. Some of them even looked at Ling Xiao with admiration in their eyes. Although the Black Fist General was a divine general and had some military merits, he was still far from Ling Xiao. Originally, they thought that even if his military merits were not as good, the Black Fist General's strength should be able to crush Ling Xiao. But at this moment, they realized that they were wrong. Ling Xiao was too powerful. He was simply inhuman. Tell me, where is Cold Plum, where is the Moon Lady, and who is dealing with them? Ling Xiao's expressionless eyes stared coldly at the Black Fist General, as if he was looking at a corpse. The Black Fist General felt extremely humiliated and terrified. Humiliated because, as the city lord of Linhai City, he was being held hostage by a child like Ling Xiao. It was embarrassing. They were terrified because Ling Xiao's strength was simply too terrifying. This was completely different from the information he had. Could it be that this guy had become stronger in the days that he was away? Kid, you don't dare to kill me. If you kill me, you will no longer be allowed in the Divine Phoenix Empire. The Black Fist General said coldly. You talk too much. Crack. Ling Xiao didn't even give the Black Fist General a chance to change his mind. He broke his neck and threw him to the Silver Moon Greedy Wolf. The Silver Moon Greedy Wolf swallowed the Black Fist Divine General in one gulp. Ferocious beasts were ferocious beasts. Eating humans was a small matter. In ancient times, they had eaten all kinds of powerful things. Otherwise, why would they be called ferocious beasts? Who is the deputy city lord? Ling Xiao's cold voice was filled with a strong killing intent. I am your subordinate. A man scrambled to Ling Xiao's side. Tell me everything you know. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Yes, yes, yes. When the Vice City Lord saw that the Black Fist Divine General had been killed by Ling Xiao so easily, he no longer had the courage to resist. He hurriedly said, Her Highness Moon Maiden should be trapped in the Slaying Dragon Forest. That place had many strange traps and formations, all of which had been set up by the Divine Phoenix Empire long ago, specifically to deal with powerful enemies. They used you as bait to lure the Moon Maiden over. Slaying Dragon Forest. Of course, Ling Xiao knew this place. He had heard of it when he was in Qingshu College. This time, it seemed like the Divine Phoenix Empire was going to openly declare war on him. If that was the case, then they couldn't blame him for being ruthless. Where's Cold Plum? Ling Xiao asked again. She should be on her way back to the Divine Phoenix Empire. When she arrives, the Morality Court will send experts to deal with her. The Vice City Lord said again, What's your mission? Ling Xiao continued to ask. Our mission is to cooperate with this plan and let the Black Crow Empire's martial artists kill your friend. Unfortunately, those martial artists from the Black Crow Empire were too useless and didn't complete the mission. No, I was wrong. The Vice City Lord realized that he had said something wrong and hurriedly slapped his mouth. Kill all the people who attacked, just now. Ling Xiao had asked clearly what he needed to ask. Next was revenge. He felt that these people dared to attack his friend because they were not afraid of him. If that was the case, he would make this fear in the Divine Phoenix continent even more intense. As his voice rang out, the Silver Moon Greedy Wolf had already pounced. On the city tower, there were more than 100 people who were shooting arrows, and there were more than 300 cavalrymen who rushed out of the city gate. All of them. In just a few minutes, they became food in the Silver Moon Greedy Wolf's stomach. Ling Xiao was very angry. The consequences were very serious. Since the other party had gone to this extent and wanted to kill everyone related to Ling Xiao. In that case, why should he show mercy, whether it was cruel or crazy? Ling Xiao, had never thought of being a good person. He was him. If he couldn't even protect his friends and family, what was the point of being a good person? Whoever touched his people, he would destroy them. It was such a simple principle. Although the Silver Moon Greedy Wolf was as obedient as a puppy in front of him, its essence was that of an ancient ferocious beast from head to toe, and it was incomparably powerful. Killing those Heaven Realm soldiers was really a bit of a bully, but if he did something wrong, he had to pay the price. Everyone in Lin Hai City was trembling in fear. They looked at Ling Xiao as if they were looking at a devil god. You don't have to worry. Ling Xiao, am not someone who kills innocent people. Ling Xiao glanced at those people indifferently and said, however, if anyone dares to inform the imperial capital, don't blame me for being impolite. Long Chun, you guys follow Silver Moon. I'll go first. Whether it's Cold Plum or Sister Moon Maiden, I can't lose them. Also, Ming Kong, please contact the Heavenly Empire. We can go ashore and use Lin Hai City as a base to nibble away at the Divine Phoenix Empire. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and said, are we going to start? Hai Myung-keo was a little excited. She had long known about Ling Xiao's ambition, but all this time, Ling Xiao had been holding back because the Divine Phoenix Empire had not completely fallen out with him. But it was different this time. The Divine Phoenix Empire had really pissed off Ling Xiao. With Ling Xiao's temper, it was naturally impossible for him to hold back anymore. Taking advantage of the fact that the experts of the Divine Phoenix Empire had gone to encircle the Moon Maiden, he launched a surprise attack. With the strength of Xie Li, Jining, and the old Saint Emperor of the Ji family, as well as the experts he had recruited in the past half a year, taking down this piece of land at the border of the Divine Phoenix Empire would not be a problem. Yes, let's start. Since they are heartless, don't blame me, Ling Xiao, for being unrighteous. I've been holding back for long enough. Ling Xiao said coldly. All right, leave this to me. I'll bring Lan Yu, Dai Yaoling, Dai Yuling, and Ing Wuya. It's considered a helper. Let Long Chun and Shang Guanhong follow you. Hai Myung-keo was a very careful woman. She knew that the only people who could help Ling Xiao now were her, Long Chun, and Shang Guanhong. Lan Yu, could be of some help, but the other three were a little lacking. They would only be a burden if they followed Ling Xiao. It was better to follow her to carry out the mission. In the army, they were still considered absolute experts. All right, we'll do as you say. Ling Xiao nodded. He naturally saw through Hai Myung-keo's thoughts.